And then yeah, screen is gonna set over here. Yeah.
Well, you want to be able to do
Unless you have. Okay, then you.
I mean, when I see what. That's all.
Honey,
I didn't set this up. I walked, I know, I walked through down the set. I thought that was my name was that. Well, wait, hey, we're not. Talk to the loan, hey, talk to the fire. The name was there, I said here. Half off, you said. Yes.
But you can do.
No, everybody else. Yep. Everybody have those documents.
Why would you take?
Well. Who's that? This is proof of the board. No, March 15th, no, no, you can't put that out, let's read. But you can't make them. So we have to, they're not, can't make them. If you want to go like this. Walk in the hands of his Lord. I know, I know all the timelines today.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess that my bylaws are like.
Oh. Well, I mean, it's this slide, because you're
So happy to see so many people in attendance. It's my pleasure. Okay, I will try to speak louder. Thank you for being here. We will now call this meeting to order. Couple items of housekeeping. If you need a restroom, it is located in the hallway out the door. It's to your right. Please silence your phones and electronic devices. I ask that as people are speaking, let's please respect each other and have one person speak at a time. Do not interrupt individuals when they have the floor. Be courteous. Let's refrain from using profanity. This is an all ages show. So with that being said, let's get to the agenda. I will start with roll call. James Brady,
Present.
Director Colbert,
Present.
Director Gordy, Director Emery,
Present.
Vice President Penny, present. So we have a quorum. The next item is the Pledge of Allegiance. Chief, can I ask you to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Yes, ma'am. Please stand. Face the flag. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty.
The business on our agenda is we have a presentation by Sam Martinez from Executive Officer of the Local Agency Formation Commission for County, generally known as LAFCO. We'll be giving a short little 101 on exactly what LAFCO does. Just a brief intro of Sam. Sam joined San Bernardino LAFCO as an analyst in 2003. Moved up to senior analyst in 2008 and was promoted to assistant executive officer in 2011 and appointed executive officer in 2018. Prior to joining LAFCO, he was a planner for the county of San Bernardino. I would like to thank Sam for being here and taking your time out of your day to join us.
Thanks for inviting me. Good evening, board members. Good evening, Morongo Valley. Again, thank you for inviting me. Again, my name is Samuel Martinez. I am the executive officer for.
Can you talk a little louder?
Yeah, we can't hear back.
Hi, I'm with this. My name is Samuel Martinez. I am the executive officer for LAFCO. Ms. Henning said, LAFCO is the Local Agency Formation Commission. Some of you may have heard LAFCO before. For some, this might be the first time. So I was asked to provide a brief overview, background on what we do and who we are. And so I'm going to start by saying that the goals and purpose of LAFCO is very simple. First, we encourage orderly growth. We promote logical boundaries for cities and special districts. We discourage premature conversion of finance lands. And last but not least, we promote effective and efficient service delivery for cities and special districts. So following World War II, this was the 1940s, mid-40s to about the late 50s, there was a lot of population and housing boom in California, well, throughout the entire United States. Particularly here in California, freeways were being built. And so there was a high demand for services. Agencies were overlapping. There was a lot of annexation wars going on. Cities were just starting to annex, everywhere, wherever. So this prompted the state to see if they could create a statewide agency that would oversee boundary changes for California. So the local agencies did not like that. So the cities and counties didn't like, somebody in the state telling them what to do or where to go. And it's really true because sometimes whatever happens in the north doesn't necessarily happen here in the south. So in 1963, LAFCOs were created in each county. of California. So LAFCO, so it's not a state agency, it's a local agency. There are no state funding, there is no state appointed member, they are all local. And each is independent, so each LAFCO is independent of each other, so LAFCOs can adopt their own policies, and so our policies for members, there's not necessarily are the same policies in Riverton. So each LAFCO is independent of each other. And then last but not least, there's a LAFCO in every county. So we are the only state that actually, well, there are about 12 states that have some kind of a boundary commission. But most, if not all of them, are a statewide commission, not one in every county. So LAFCO has jurisdiction on cities, counties, and special districts. And special districts can be an independent or a dependent special district. What is an independent district? An independent district is like the community services district. Morongo Valley CSD is an independent district. The fire protection districts, the water districts, those are independent districts. The dependent districts are the CSA, the county service areas. Those are dependent because it's the county board of supervisors that oversee them. You also have the subsidiary districts. So, for example, the Barstow Fire Protection District is a subsidiary district of the city of Barstow. So those are the subsidiary districts, and they are dependent districts. LAFCOs have no jurisdiction on JPAs, community facilities districts, school districts, thank God, and a lot of other districts. These are just some of them. The general composition of LAFCO, there are three main components: the cities, counties, and districts. So there are 2 members from the county, there are 2 members from the cities, and there are 2 members from special districts. And then there is a public member that is appointed by those 6. And then there is an alternate member for all those components. So there's one alternate member for the county, an alternate member for the cities, and then an alternate member for special districts, as well as the public. There are a few members of the commission that you may be familiar with. We have Supervisor Don Rao is the alternate member for the county. Rick Denson from the town of Yucca Valley is also the alternate member for cities. And Jim Bagley from 29 Palms is actually the public member, and he is also the chairman of the commission. LAFCO is subject to state laws. So the LAFCO statute is the Producing Officer for Act. That's what we follow. LAFCO, just like most government agencies, are also subject to the Brown Act, CEQA, and the revenue taxation code pertains to the property tax transfer process. So whenever there's a transfer from an agency to, or like an annexation from one agency to another, there is a property tax transfer that happens, and that we look into that. And like LAFCO is also subject to the FTC disclosure requirements. And last but not least, the commission also looks at the different principal acts for the agency. So, for example, the commission also looks at the CSD law, CSA law, and all the other laws that pertain to the agencies that we oversee.
I'm sorry, did you say laws or law?
Law, LAW.
Oh, law.
The commission has several functions, and these are some of the functions that you may be aware of. There are 3 primary functions of the commission. There is the regulatory function, and there is the planning function, as well as the function to prepare studies, and which I will be discussing briefly for each one. So LAFCO is a regulatory agency. By law, any proposal to add an area into a district or into a city, or to detach that from the city, or to form a new city, or to form a new special district, LAFCO has to review it and do that. These changes of boundaries, they have to submit an application to LAFCO. LAFCO has to review and then modify or approve and modify, and they can also deny the proposal. The extension of service by an agency. Typically, a city or a district cannot provide services outside the boundaries. And so in '94, the state said, LAFCO, you're supposed to review and approve and authorize services that are being provided outside an agency's boundary. So for example, some of the cities that provide water service outside of their boundary, because there are no other service providers, they have to come to LAFCO to request that. And the commission has to authorize the provision of service outside that boundary. The commission also has a planning committee, and which this is accomplished through their sphere of influence program. You've probably heard of the sphere of influence. That is a LAFCO designation. It represents the area where a city or a district will ultimately be expanded. So for example, the definition of a sphere of influence is the probable physical and service boundary of an agency. So wherever the sphere is, so the yellow part here is your sphere and around, which is basically the sphere that's not part of the district's boundary. So ultimately, if you were to expand, that is where you will expand, the CSD. Last, the commission has the function to prepare service reviews and special studies. Commission is empowered by law to investigate the efficiency and the effectiveness of the cities and special districts. And this is through the studies that are being prepared. And then the commission, through those studies, can propose changes in organization if appropriate.
Hey,
Question.
why are you here?
I was requested to come and provide a presentation.
Who asked you and why?
The board.
The board. Okay.
Who are you? How's it relevant? We want to know why this is relevant to our meeting.
You don't need a history lesson.
Yeah, just, well, if you give us this, tell us like an example of what you guys do.
Okay.
It could be Morongo Valley, but it's hard to, everything is right now is very theoretical. You could say, like, for example, you guys have X, Y, and Z, where we come in with X, Y, and Z, and this is why we're.
I was getting there. So, let me see where we're at. So these are the other specific LAFCO actions. I mentioned earlier about the formation of the city through incorporation. The flip side of that is also a disincorporation, where you have to dissolve that city or where you have to dissolve a district. And that has to come to LAFCO. Sometimes there's a change where it will be a merger or a consolidation of agencies. Last year, the authorization to do a special district to provide new services. So the provision of the service or taking out the service, that has to come to LAFCO now. LAFCO has to approve whether or not an agency can provide an additional service. So, the first.
Excuse me, sorry, would you talk, on the last slide, you were talking about disincorporation and incorporation. Yes. Does the community have to say that as well, or is that just something that last?
No, I'm just giving you an example of what the other actions would have to come to LAFCO.
Wondering how that happens.
So if there's an agency that would, like a community wants to incorporate, they can do so, but they have to show that they can actually survive being a city, their service. So
If he doesn't want to and the board wants them to, how does that work?
if any type of formation goes to the voters of the area. So,
Thank you.
I have a quick question regarding the last slide. Aren't you guys the ones that are in charge, like if we overspend beyond our budget and we run out of reserves, isn't LAFCO who's gonna shut us down? And then we have to go with the county? Isn't that what you guys do?
well, we'll get to that. So I was gonna just go. Yeah, so in 2012, we did the first round of service reviews for the agencies throughout San Bernardino County. At that time, we took it by community. So in this case, for Morongo Valley, we not only looked at the district itself, but we also looked at the water district, CSA 70F and W3. We also looked at the PE district, this right here. Given the information provided to LAFCO at the time, the financial ability of the agency was not a concern. In 2014, LAFCO received a complaint from one of the directors of the CSD. And that complaint was also provided to the grand jury. And the director requested that LAFCO review the district's operation and determine whether the district could preserve fire protection and avoid attack. So at the conclusion of that review, in 2015, the district took painful measures, reducing the general manager's salary and others. Sorry. And receive additional state reimbursement, which is break even. So as part of the special study, LAFCO staff provided a forecast for the next 5 years. And that forecast didn't show even a nominal revenue gains. So it was really break even. And we have indicated that the deviation would force, the surplus to evaporate. So because of that finding of that study, the commission directed staff to monitor and update the commission of the next 3 years at the time of the district's financial position. So every 6 months, we were giving an update to the commission. The second round of service reviews, the commission looked at it by a service. So in that case, we were looking at the water service, we looked at wastewater service, and then for fire, that is when we reviewed the district. And the Morongo Valley Community Services District made the following conclusions regarding the district. And we have said that, the district could work with the county to move actions on statements C3 and C4 of the community action guide. And I don't know if you guys will remember that the C3 was to work with Caltrans to decrease the traffic speeds on Route 62. And the C4 was to work with the California Highway Patrol to increase law enforcement on that. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I had a question. So, back to that last slide. So where it says we're on a razor thin budget, now would that include spending $10,000 a month on attorney fees and buying a brand new pickup for the park?
Yeah.
At that time, that was not identical.
Oh, okay.
Say it again.
And, I was just wondering if that razor thin budget included the $10,000 a month we are currently spending on attorney's fees and a brand new truck for our parks. I was just asking.
Hey, folks, if you don't mind me interjecting, the gentleman's here to provide some information to everyone here. I think the courteous thing to do is allow him to go through his presentation. If you have questions, you can hold them to the end. There are all questions that have already been asked. Some questions that have been asked, he actually gotten to later in the cycle. Let's just give the gentleman the courtesy of going through his presentation and then holding the question towards the end. Absolutely, and I'm not saying not ask them, but let him not allow them to finish his presentation, and then, if the answer to your question is not answered, then ask the question.
Officer, why are you here?
He's here every area.
Yeah. I'm wondering why you're here.
Ladies and gentlemen. Please, allow Mr. Martinez to give us presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. So sometime in December 2021, the former director of operations notified LAFCO of some staffing challenges and the potential need to shut down the fire department. And try to contract with the county fire. And so a special study was done. We finished that in almost the same time this year, February. It was narrow in scope, that special study. It was more of an educational guide for the community. And it was for the CSD, for the staff, and for the board of directors. Having an information document that we could use for the basis of your discussion. And there were no recommendations made on that special study by design. And for that study, LAFCO identified 4 options to reconstruct the CSD's operation, particularly on fire. All would likely require some type of additional funding beyond, the current assessment for your viability. What LAFCO cannot do. LAFCO does not have the magic wand that solves boundary and service issues. And LAFCO cannot force an agency to take action. That ends my presentation. Thank you.
And do you have time for a few
Sure.
questions?
Ask your question.
Yes, ma'am.
So LAFCO really, you're kind of the watchdog, but you don't have any power.
Well, it's not that we don't have the power. I mean, we don't, the governance of an agency is not what we look at. We look at service issues, we look at boundary changes. We look at, financials. But we don't tell you what to do. This is you are independent. Yes, ma'am.
Are there currently articles of incorporation in effect now for Morongo Valley?
No, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Well, I'm fairly new to this area, but I've had several experiences that I think I can lend to this. And one in particular is we're all independent people. We all want to live outside the city and we don't want fast growth. That's very clear here. The object of someone my age is safety. And I had to call on an elder in my building who would have died if our fire department didn't show up. If we were in Yucca, it would take minimally 20 minutes for them to show up on roads like this and help someone. These guys showed up in 5 minutes and she's alive today. She would have coded out and been dead, but she's alive today because of that. So as far as I'm concerned, I am for the fire department being here. Because obviously it provides safety for many of us who are elders in this area, whether we're talking about Morongo, you got the 29 Palms, wherever. We are the majority and they show up for it. Then they come back and make sure our facility is safe for elders. And they checked up on her. So I think that that's a very important component talking about our budget. It's not just about losing money, it's about what we're gaining from that. I can't say more about these things. Now, on the other hand, I had a neighbor's Doberman almost kill my dog. And I had no one to turn to here. Nobody. I really seriously thought about taking a gun and shooting the neighbor's dog. Well, actually legally, I could have done that. Now, I'm not gonna do that, I'm a tough lover. But there has to be, when we look at our budget, there has to be, first of all, we have to look at safety. Caltrans doesn't take care of our roads, our streets. Elders fall in those holes all the time. So I'm just saying that what this meeting tonight should be about is not how we don't have money, but how important money is to certain issues. If we're not using the lawyer, get someone on retainer, don't pay it. That's something you can pick up in the last minute, but there's some things that we need right now, all the time. So that's my 2 cents.
You can just ask. If you have specific questions for Sam, that would be helpful for him. Otherwise, we can save public comments when it's appropriate.
You mentioned detachments of areas and districts. Does that usually happen when there's unhappiness with the local government? Or what are some of the reasons?
Detachment, so for cities, it hardly happens. The cities have to say yes to detachment. It's usually when a city provides multiple services, right? So sometimes some cities provide water service. And when they annex into an area that they're gonna take into the city, sometimes there's a water district that's underlying that area. And so that there will be no duplication of the service. They have to detach that from the water district. That way, the city can serve not only, municipal services, but including water, sewer, and whatever it is.
Thank you.
Can I have a question?
Sure.
So, it's kind of a comment and a question, and that is, we see Yucca Valley, and, my great grandmother, great grandfather were the very first people to settle in Yucca Valley in 1910. And right now, Yucca Valley is a mess. So I don't know about LAPCO, but I do see right now people getting meters for their own water, they charge for their own water there in Yucca. The people are being charged for a wastewater treatment plant, they never went in. That service never went in. But yet they're paying. And I see the same thing they're trying to do in 29 Palms.
We focus on Morongo Valley. A lot of times there's like.
All right, and so, well, real quick, also Ukaipa, my point is, Ukaipa, they just fired the general manager there. And so my point is that this seems to be happening all over. And so we're just kind of curious as to why that is. Why is there the people who are here to represent us and who have been representing us all this time? Suddenly there's people that we don't even know. They put the general manager in the company, nobody even knows who he is. These people aren't community members, they're outsiders. And it seems like you guys aren't hearing the people. It seems like
We just direct our questions, I'm sorry, about Morongo Valley specifically. We should speak about Morongo Valley.
But not LAPCO.
Yeah.
I would like to say a thank you for your presentation. To address with the board that are beyond.
I have a question specifically for LAPCO. I've lived here for 25 years and we were almost cut down before by your company because we ran out of money. Everyone's here because so much money is being spent and we don't even understand why. And we've asked people, please explain to us what's happening. They disregard us. At what point will you shut us down? We're terrified. We don't want to lose our fire department. We've hung on to this thing for years. When does that happen? Do we have a warning sign? Do we have time to correct and continue? We're pretty scared here, and that's why the whole, room's full of people. Can you give me information about how we can avoid losing our fire department?
So we always want, being an independent community as a whole, we don't want you to lose you. But you also have to lead with your means, and so it's up to you. You are part of this.
They're not doing
We're not living with, that's not it.
I have nothing to. Right.
So if that happens as a town, we don't have any control over what they do, apparently. So as a town, if we lose our fire department because 3 people make decisions for us that
That don't live here.
spend our money, and then we lose our fire department, is there anything we can do as a town to avoid that happening? Because we're going through money real quick right now, buying new trucks and new lawyers and stuff, and I mean, our budget is razor thin. So we're here. for that problem. It's gonna come in later and try to fix it. So do you have any suggestions? Like, at what point do you consider shutting us down? When our reserves are empty, or can you give us like some kind of a marker?
Well, typically when you don't have, you don't want to shut down your fire department, because then if you shut down your fire department, somebody has to come in.
Someone seems to want to.
Sam, to that point, if, God forbid, the fire department were ever shut down, the mortgages could be rescinded and called, because I think you have to live within 5 miles in many situations of a fire department. Could you, and we have, I think, 1,600 people that would be subject to that vulnerability. Could you speak to worst case scenario if in fact that were to happen?
We can't let that happen.
Yeah, well,
No, we cannot, but
Of course,
the number one priority.
What happens if that does happen?
Yeah, it's the number one priority we have, is to make sure that we have our fire department. And we're trying to move mountains to keep this afloat. If, God forbid, that didn't happen, because I've heard other people talk about worst case scenario, we almost lost the fire department before, and we're in a wildfire, district. Is there a rule that we have to be within 5 miles? Because I hear people say they're fine if they're in the east part of Morongo Valley. What happens in that situation?
Yucca Valley.
so what are you, in terms of what? In terms of,
In terms of people who are homeowners, like, we've been here for 5 years, we're homeowners. What happens to people who have mortgages and it's required that they have homeowners insurance, and they can't get homeowners insurance if there's not a fire department here, especially if their mortgages are embedded, which is when the homeowners insurance and the property taxes are tied to the mortgage, because a lot of people in Morongo Valley don't have a lot of money. So when they got mortgages, they were embedded, and it's required that they have homeowners insurance. So our number one goal is to make sure the fire department remains solvent, because it could affect 1,600 people.
that's correct. We don't have any, we don't know anything about the insurance.
Another question for you regarding reserves. Is there a minimum reserve that the district has to have in order to, remain in business?
So years ago, that was an item that was identified, and I think it shows there's a lack of line item. And that was just a recommendation at the time. And some agencies don't have reserves. But there's like an industry standard
But
to
we did.
at least have some kind of a reserve. So
What is that standard? Is it X number of months in reserve?
it depends. Some people say 10, some people say 20%.
Do you represent us? Do you represent the county, or do you represent them? Because
We are independent.
5 years doesn't state anything, and we've lived here, I've lived here for 30 years, I've been up here for 32 years. What I love now is being taken away from me. I want to know who we can go to, that we can count on, that we are in control of our own fire department, because everybody over there, they kick ass. We had a captain. Have gotten this back under control. There's nothing wrong with this fire department. There never was. It was the leadership, and he got put out and we got taken over. We don't need anybody else. Who do you represent? Are you here to represent us? Or are you here to represent the county? Or are we gonna just let these guys take away everything that we have?
By spending all of our money.
Yes, by taking everything and putting it where they think it belongs. And we need more things here in town. Especially law enforcement. We need more people to patrol this highway. It's getting more dangerous. These guys, it's getting more dangerous and they want to bring more and more people up here. And I can't even make a left-hand turn off this highway without the fear of being slammed. I have to take and just make a left-hand turn right now. But nobody can enforce the laws. So what do we got to count on? Are we just blowing smoke up everybody's butt?
Our agenda that refer to, that are budget related and spending related, as you can see, that's one, it's very important to everyone here. If we were able to kind of move those items up to the top, would you be willing to stay and listen?
I'll be here, still here.
Okay, so.
But I have to remind you, we don't tell you what to do. I'm not here to tell you what to do.
How much are you being paid here today? Because
I don't.
Thank you for coming today.
no, I'm just curious. If you have any-
Excuse me, really quickly. The goal of him being- the goal of LAFCO being here today is to inform the public, right? Everybody's asked for transparency, and this is the best way that we can provide that.
Yeah.
The head of LAFCO is here to present to you, to understand what their purview is, how it affects you, and what the purview of the CSD is. Okay, so I understand you're passionate. You have a lot of questions, you want to get to them, but let him get through a presentation. We have questions specific for him, not a random comment about a random different situation, a very specific question. Then please ask it, be concise, be considerate of your neighbors, and then move on. Thank you. Yes.
Okay, I just want a clarification. You said that if we go forward with incorporating, and that goes for you guys to decide if that's going to happen, to incorporate to become from a town to a city or whatever we were gonna be. We, as the citizens in Morongo, get a vote on that, and it's on the ballot.
Yes, ma'am.
And that's a yes or a no to incorporate.
And Sam, don't you have to have a police department in order to incorporate?
Yes, and that's part of what.
Guys, we are so, there's no way this
Yeah.
place is ever going to incorporate a
Yeah.
problem. We're doing everything we can to make our fire department as solvent and healthy as possible. A police department on top of that, never gonna happen.
So that's good.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. One of your slides was about the spheres. We were focusing on the yellow of the spheres, and then there was the green. Where does Morongo Valley fall into that slide?
So the sphere, wherever the district is, right, there was the yellow part that was around that. That is the sphere of.
So the green would represent Morongo Valley in that slide, and the sphere would be the outer lying areas, which would be wilderness in this particular area.
Part of it is, the reason why it was expanded west and north was because you were providing service in that area of the hills.
Sounds great.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Was wondering about the answer, I don't think you were answering.
No, he never did.
What was the question again?
This question,
At what point will you shut us down financially, when our reserves are zero?
So we provided you those 4 options that you could go through, because the last thing you need is to close your fire department, right?
No.
And I think the board is trying not to close that.
Okay, so just be aware, it's on page 18 of the LAFCO report has the 4 options. So I would advise looking at those before forming a question.
So, thank you.
Also, there's another gentleman back there in the red shirt, you have a question?
Sure.
Yes, the report lays out a number of detailed specific options that we as a community need to consider. It doesn't say close the fire department.
No.
What it says is that because we have to look carefully at how we spend the money, I agree. We also have to look carefully in terms of if we are providing the district enough funding so it does what we all want it to. And that's gonna require that we come up with some system to raise more money or to expect less from the district.
Why don't we spend less and stop trying to raise our tax?
Nobody's saying that that's not part of the puzzle, but the overall part of the puzzle that cannot be denied is that The voters turned down an effort in the past to provide this, not this board, other boards, the ability to keep up with the rate of inflation or the demand for services for the increasing population. We should focus not on the recall of people, but on solving a long-term, long-standing issue and making a better new start. We already solved it.
Yeah, and full transparency, and that's what everybody here wants, and we're trying to give as much transparency as possible, knowing we have attorney-client privilege, we have the Brown Act, we have all kinds of restrictions in giving full transparency. We just came off of, I think it's the equivalent of, we'll use the word probation, financial probation. That's what this study ended. It's dated January 19, 2022. I don't know if you guys know this yet, but with full transparency, and I'm glad you're here. In the last 6 months of last year, so from July to December, we weren't on the board yet. We were more than $250,000 over budget in 6 months. Is that going to put us back on probation once again? And what is worse than probation? So having just come off it in January of 2022, and 6 months later, started a 6-month period where we are more than $250,000 over budget in 6 months. What are the ramifications? Because we'd rather hear from you here, with everybody here, than the board be surprised and be told, hey, it's not going to be probation this time. This is the next worst step. And we're going to do everything we can to make up for that $250,000 in losses in 6 months, over budget in 6 months. But there's only so much that we can do. And we'll get into that because so much of it has to do with legal. But just generically, what is the situation?
So first of all, we said that in the report. Now, I'm just looking at this on page 4. LAFCO has long identified the CSD's severe fiscal constraints, which continue to challenge the organization's level. The margin for error in budgeting for the CSD remains thin. Should any of the following occur, which is like an immediate replacement of a fire truck, OES cancels the contract and recalls the wildland fire truck, and other major expenses, then the district's short-term viability will be in jeopardy.
What does that mean?
I mean,
Well, first of all,
for now,
yeah, first of all, could you define
if you're
what
saying,
short-term is?
and I don't know what's, so if you're on a, what, 250 hours?
229,000 in 6 months over budget.
So that's a red flag. I mean, you're not,
You're not in the budget, it's a red flag and you keep spending money.
Then why are we buying a new truck?
Guys, we'll get into why we're trying, and with legal, we're trying to bring the costs down. You'll see, because we've got the report. But more importantly, in that 6-month period, July to December, $229,000 over budget. That's what we inherited. So we're doing our best, and I want, if LAFCO can go back, if you can go back to LAFCO and let them know, we've got a lot of resources here, we have a lot of contacts, we're gonna do everything possible, but I'm so concerned that they're gonna look at that number, 229 over budget in 6 months, and slap us with what will be worse than probation, because it's way beyond razor thin margins now.
What is worse than probation?
well, basically, the commission can remove the sphere. And removing the sphere is basically telling everyone that,
Could you repeat that a little louder, please?
so the sphere of influence, the planning boundary we talked about earlier, is the physical or probable boundary of an agency, city or a district. So if you're removing that sphere, you're telling that that agency should not exist.
Would we be able to have it reinstated once budgets were?
Of course.
So generally, it sounds like it's appropriate to take it as a red flag, a thing for the community to be concerned about, something for us to get in check, but there's no immediate risk that you're gonna step in the next 30 days and say, oh, you guys are over budget, you're closing down, and that's gonna solve.
No,
And what kind of warning would we get?
I mean, we're just gonna come back and we're just gonna tell you the same thing, that you can't. You
Shouldn't be spending something.
can't afford what you're doing.
Are we in that with you?
Are we currently under left or no? Thank you.
You got a hand back here.
So you're like a left.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do.
It said here about $230,000 over budget from last year. Should we be spending money? What is your advice for the CSD? Should we be spending extra money on the more expensive things? Or should we be making our money still over budget?
I understand, and like I said earlier, we are not here to tell you what to do.
Well, what is your advice?
I cannot give you any of.
Guys, our legal costs are going down, and we'll show you that. They are going down. They'll be almost half of what they are.
Why don't, Sam, if you're willing to stay, why don't we, how would everyone feel about going straight into the budget item and having that discussion, which includes the mid-year budget review and the 229,000 overage, and the discussion of past legal expenses?
I'm for it. And I think it's important that we have this discussion now because, again, from a quorum standpoint, you're only allowed to comment for 3 minutes. One time. And so I know a lot of people want to talk or have questions regarding this budget item. So it'd be prudent for us to get through it first and then ask your questions afterwards, because you'll probably have better questions.
Yeah, because you'll be able to comment on what the numbers are. Gail, you got a question?
If we change the sphere of influence, that was created so that Yucca Valley could not come down the hill. Yucca Valley used to be up till Sample Drive. And then a group of people helped to get that moved up to the top of the hill through LAFCO. So that Yucca Valley couldn't come down here and take water or take anything. So if we eliminate that sphere of influence, we're gonna be back in that same spot where Yucca Valley could come if they wanted to.
Gail, we're not gonna let it happen. I will tell you right now. We're doing all kinds of things behind the scenes to make this absolutely fun. That's a hot button, and I get it. They have to be behind the scenes because these are closed session items. Guys, let me finish this. They're non-public, attorney-client privilege. Confidential. Please let me finish. The items that I'm talking about, they're not the ones that we can share with everybody. I'm talking about the ones that we can, that have put us in the state that we're in. And I'll get into it when we talk about legal and why we are where we are. But there are a number of attorney-client privileged items that are non-public, confidential, closed session items that the Brown Act stipulates we can't discuss. I would love to have an open book and be able to tell you guys absolutely everything, but we can't. Let's get into the discussion.
We don't need to know. What are you talking about?
Would we like to move the budget item? and
No.
the discussion?
No.
Let's go by the agenda.
No. Agenda. I hope you have enough respect for me, who served on the board for 11 reasons.
Can we start with public comment then?
That we paid for the fire department and the paramedics happened in 2002, it was an assessment. In 2002, there was no idea of how much the costs would go up. And inflation, the way inflation works, we haven't been able to keep up with that. That was 20 years ago, you guys. And we brought you, I mean, even if you didn't like the tax that we proposed, nobody came back to us and said, well, could we do something a little different? Nobody would come in and help us figure a way to keep the fire department and the paramedics. And you can't, somebody said the other day, let's get rid of the paramedics. You can't. So, that's promise, and for us to have paramedics. So I really wish that all of you that are here today will come to a meeting where we can start discussing It was the people before them, when Gary Useley was hounded out of town. There was no. Right, oh, no.
No, it wasn't.
Yeah. That money has been, I don't know what happened to all that money, but it wasn't.
I don't know your name, I'm sorry. Pat, because you asked a question, you said, what is behind the scenes?
No, I said
I want-
the agenda was published.
Yeah.
So should we follow that order?
Somebody just asked this, I'm gonna take 45 seconds because hopefully this will give some edification. When you're asking why certain things are behind the scenes. When the three of us first came on, and actually Mike and I, our very first meeting, it was December 21st, 2022. We went into closed session after the regular meeting that day, and the agenda read, and this is all I'm allowed to give you guys, is what was on the closed session agenda. Nothing that happened in there. Item number 1, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54957B1. Item number 2 of 3, conference with labor negotiations, Government Code Section 54957.6. The third item, conference with counsel anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation, Government Code Section 54596.9B2. This is what we inherited. So we see significant exposure to litigation, conference with labor negotiations, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation. That's all I can share. But every one of those things are reasons why we had to make a decision privately to act as swiftly as we possibly could. Because if these kinds of things, I'm speaking as generically as I can, and I hope I'm not breaking the Brown Act. If these things end up coming to fruition, my fear is that I don't know how we can get out of it. Yeah, so we needed the most powerful team possible and did everything that we possibly could in bringing them on and doing it in a way that we could afford. And I'll explain what the plan is. But that's where we are right now. That's what we inherited in our very first meeting. I didn't know about all of this in the subsequent meetings, and President Henning can go into what happened before that, but it's a heck of a lot more of this. So I am nervous as hell about what we inherited, but jumping through every hoop I possibly can to get us out of it. Nancy over there was with Benyon DeVille Homes. I presided over Greater Palm Springs Realtors, and when I took over there, we were in financial vulnerability.
We don't have time for that.
And let me, just this one piece, when I left a year later, we had 7 months in reserves, which was more healthy than they require, that suggested NAR, National Association of Realtors. That's my goal here, to go from where we are right now to get us not just financially solvent, but to actually kick ass from the financial place that we could be. So that's.
So I just want to comment, the reason that those items were in closed session were to allow the 2 new board members, because Jennifer was on the board for the prior year and aware of everything that was going on in all of those closed sessions. That was done basically as a courtesy to you, so that you knew what was going on that you weren't previously aware of. And during that time, there was no motion of the board to start any changes with our legal.
Thank you.
Also, excuse me, sir. I will address this, Director Whitney. What you are attempting to talk about was already pre-handled before you came on the board. What you are attempting to talk about was explained to you numerous times would not affect the bottom line of this district. Was explained to you that changing attorneys would not help or hinder anything that was brought up in that closed session. It was explained to you more than once that no attorney that we hire was going to be involved in that. So I do not understand where you're gonna sit here and come up with this, you're worried that we're gonna spend a bunch of money on these litigations when you were told that wasn't gonna happen. Because that cannot happen.
As much as I would love to give a detailed defense, and there's litigation and there's anticipated litigation, I can't. So there's a catch
There are things you
22.
can say.
No, I was
Yes,
I was
I'm
told-
sure there's a lot more.
I have been
Yeah.
told-
Lower your voice. Don't you know?
We have, sir, maybe you pointed out, we have an agenda. If Mr. Martinez is done with his presentation, we will move on, and we will move on to public comment. Continue with the. Board of Directors now takes time to consider your public comment on items which are on the agenda and non-agenda items. President will recognize you at the appropriate time to assist in an orderly and timely conduct of the meeting. Please fill out public comment form in the back, on the back table, and give the form to Brittany. I believe she's going back there. Okay, and then I have some more comment cards up here. I will have the comment cards. I will call on the individual. You will have 3 minutes or less to speak.
What do you mean or less?
If you have 3 minutes, or, yeah, 3 minutes. Or.
We also got 3 minutes after at the end, too, correct?
No, we don't.
Why not?
This is public comment. Public comment is only at the beginning, as it says on the agenda. Everyone is allowed, to speak 1 time.
And guys, just a heads up, is to that gentleman's point, you only get to have your public comment 1 time. If you want to hear all the numbers and all the things that are on the agenda and comment on those, make sure you do that after the agenda, because if you do it before, you can't do it again.
There are allowed,
Just keep it out.
you cannot visit speak on the agenda.
Yeah, quite understand, yeah.
So, all right, so we will now open public comment. The first card I have here is for Alex Seagrass. Alex, are you here?
Where would you like? Is it the podium or out here in the audience?
Podium.
If you come,
There's no people, except when people like.
I want to address the board and this community tonight concerning the passion we feel in regards to the issues that bring us all here tonight. All of us out here are invested in this community, and it is obvious how much we care about what happens within the borders of Morongo Valley, our home. As a desert community, we all love our space, and for the most part, we are content to mind our own business. But when the need arises, the one thing you can count on here is community. James, you and Mike should know this firsthand. Back in the summer of 2019, James posted a neighborly dispute on Facebook over a painted yellow rock. I'm sure many of you remember this. Many of us painted rocks yellow to support you. We were outraged after reading the story that your mother had visited and loved a certain rock, but then she passed away, so Mike painted the rock yellow as a tribute, only to have a neighbor get upset that you were painting the desert. I was a very loud supporter until I learned that your mother had passed away 9 years prior. It left me confused and disgusted that someone could manipulate a community to.
Okay, stop. My mom died, but she was there 9 years prior on that property with that rock.
Based on misrepresentation in regards to their mother passing away. Furthermore, we all now know that the yellow rock was part of a decoration theme for your property and not a tribute. I also want to address your claims for starting the Morongo Valley Action Committee. I know who started the committee. I know who named it MOVAC. It was neither of you. The people who did start MOVAC were appalled that you would take credit for something you ended up destroying. Once you stepped in and took over, we all just walked away. I'm sure you can both agree that MOVAC accomplished absolutely nothing. Your false claim is nothing to be proud of. When you guys took the open seats on the board, we had high hopes
that you would bring new ideas along with your promise of connections for resources that you could bring to the community. Unfortunately, you have not only been a disappointment, but you have created chaos in a community that was on the right track. I would ask you if you cared about the community. It's obviously that you don't. As a member of this community, though, I demand your immediate resignation. At this point, it is either resign or be recalled. It is your choice.
Oh,
I'd like to give this back to you. This was from the board.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Gonna show what that is.
Yes.
A plaque that says, thank you for your service, you're returning that. Because you don't feel.
It wasn't approved by the board and now she wants reimbursed by it. And as a
Yeah.
board, we work together.
Based on past history of the board doing that for past board members.
Okay, but it wasn't approved by the board. I don't want it. Thank you.
That's fine.
That's
If you
all.
want to be petty and do that, that's great.
And if we're different.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. I would like to first see the letter of engagement for BB&K. And if the letter is not signed by the general manager,
They're not our.
Chief Brakebill, then it should be null and void. According to the February 2nd administrative procedure for the review and execution of the CSD board approved agreements, allowing the general manager approved. At the same meeting, it was voted on and passed that the general manager would sign the agreement before the adjournment, and that did not happen. Did we have any litigation in February? Anybody? Did we have any litigation in February?
Yes.
We had
We
litigation.
can't, guys, we can't.
No, we did not.
Okay, so if we did.
No. Hold on, Mr. Johnson, what litigation?
John.
No, what litigation, that is not closed session.
Okay,
There was no litigation for this
this is
district.
not, this is
Why
not
you saying
discussion.
Because I'm not gonna sit there and let them lie. That's why, I'm tired of it.
Just conduct yourself.
Tired of the lies.
Control yourself.
I'm tired of the lies.
She has.
John Johnson is speaking, it is her.
Okay.
Hold on,
He has a minute.
add time, add time.
Okay, so I want to know, why did we spend almost $10,000 in a month on attorney's fees from a firm that we did not employ? We do not have a budget for this kind of spending. Speaking of spending and the budget, your questions are, why are we $229,000 over budget at midterm? Jennifer, you've been on the board for the past year. You voted on every repair and maintenance issue we've had with the fire trucks and equipment. You know the disrepair that the fire trucks and equipment that were neglected by the last chief and the litigation that we had to pay $25,000 deductibles on for each case. You've also inserted yourself, Jennifer, into the day-to-day operations of this district, spending money for unnecessary attorney's fees, calling, emailing, and to tattle on them with issues when we have a very capable general manager. The day-to-day operations are not the responsibility of the board members. James, at the last meeting, you said if a CEO came on to an S Corp, a C Corp, an LLC, they would do what was best for the shareholders. Well, we're not one of those, but we are a special district, and these are the shareholders.
Yeah.
And created a hostile work environment, trying to bully Chief Brakebill into signing an agreement he is not comfortable with, nor is the community. And caused chaos, upending any progress that we've made in the last year. What would shareholders do to a CEO in this situation? Michael, I have no use for you. You lied to me February 3rd at Dillon's when we had the community meeting, saying that there's two possible anticipated litigation case pending that I would have no knowledge of. And I had just been on the board. Well, and the fire guys were sitting right there at the table when he told me this. Well, neither did any of the other board members. They didn't know about it, and neither did the staff. So this was just something you decided to make
Ms.
up.
Johnson, your
You
time
lied.
is up. Thank you very much for your 2 minutes.
You were a liar.
Gary, Newhouse? Gary, thank you.
Hold on, real quickly, Shauna,
Yes.
you will be able to speak again, because when we go through the agenda items, I think, no?
Yeah.
Yes. Gary, you have 3 minutes.
Well, thank you, everyone. This is my first meeting. I've lived here 8 years. I came down from Washington, here for my dad in 2015. Before he passed in 2017, also, thank you for letting me speak. Before he passed in 2017, he had not very complimentary view of town leadership. And I mean, this is all in the past, but I'm just gonna say, he described kind of a checkered past. I want to say I support the fire department 100%. He had these things are in the past, but I'm woefully out of touch. I split my time. I'm out of town a lot. I really want hope for more light than heat with this meeting, and I've learned a lot already tonight. You know, the best at all levels, I think the best government is always the least government with the minimal regulation. And, you know, I saw in Washington State, I lived in many small towns, even towns of less than 1,000. And it seemed like a town always wanted to be bigger, and they thought that was the thing, and always more important to be bigger. And, you know, you gotta be careful what you wish for. I would hate to see for the new sentence that I hear the most. I don't want to hear this as Morongo Valley used to be a very nice place to live. You know, I don't want that to be it. So that's about it. I thank you for educating me. I you know, came here not knowing, I have an open mind. I don't know anything about it. And I hope we can shed more light on it, and just thank you very much for allowing my.
We have is Karen Love. Karen, are you here?
Gary, you seem to be in town a lot, because you every time we're at the hub.
Yeah, I'm in and out. I'm usually out the day of this meeting for some reason.
Yeah.
I'm Karen Lowe. I've been a resident of Morongo Valley for 20 years. For most of that 20 years that I've lived here, there's not been a lot of people that go to CSD meetings unless we feel like our fire department is threatened. And here we are for the last couple of months because we feel like our fire department is threatened. We just went through a period recently. Mr. Martinez referred to staffing challenges. It turned out that when management changed, we didn't have any staffing challenges anymore. All of the chief breaker was able to iron out the problems that we had. Things were going smoothly, and now here we are today. I'm concerned, you know, Mr. Martinez already talked about the razor thin margin that we have to live with, that we've always had to live with here. It has always been that way. January, there was a special meeting, and it was so imperative that we change our attorneys to a very qualified but unaffordable attorney. It was so imperative that we were doing this action at a special meeting, that we could not wait and have a public hearing. We could not have any questions answered. We must do this urgently. And then that was so urgent that the next meeting was canceled. And then there was a special meeting where maybe not everybody would show up. And it turns out that all of the litigation is potential. the next month. And so the next month, and Mr. Tolbert is saying that there wasn't any that was claimed to be. We've known Mr. Tolbert for a long time. We believe him. We are hearing about hostile workplace again in Morongo Valley. We value our fire department. We value our employees. We value our office staff and our chief and our fire department. And we don't value you because you completely blew the community off. You gave us no respect. You don't care what we say. You just tell us how we're wrong. And we are the community and we have the right to tell you how we feel. And, you know, we are all asking you to resign.
Yes.
And about speaker is Arthur Ayala. Welcome, thank you.
I've been hearing all this gone. I think the only issue we really have is.
But real quickly, could you turn the podium, to face, because they can't really hear you today.
No. There. Okay. What I think is, and I'm listening to all of it, and all the downfall of the income we have. I think what we need to do is look at what we have left. And average it out for the next 6 months of the fiscal year we have. And start utilizing it better, because you can't stockpile it, and it has to be used, it should be used. And it has to be used wisely, because now we have a lot less in our pockets to spend. So what's the most important thing? Well, obviously, the fire department, number one. Medical, highway work, everything, all these things. So what we need to do is decide what kind of budget can we make to keep all these people employed with what we have left. Because we cannot, nobody should be taxing you more than they already are. We're already taxed half to death. Thanks to Biden, of course, but that's beyond the point. We need to have a balanced budget between now and the end of the fiscal year, and we can't do that unless we figure out what we have left, and what we have left, what we need to have done and do it. And unfortunately, it's like, we can have ice cream, we just can't have frosting on it. You know, or we can have spaghetti, we just can't have meatballs, but we gotta have something. And we can't do it with what we have. So the only way we can survive is to average out everything, see what we have left. Don't worry about the past, because we can't bring the past back. If I knew that, I would be 20 years old. So we can't bring the past back. We're done. So let's work on what's left. What's left, and whatever's left, that's the budget we need to work on, that will help everybody out in any way possible, which means we can't have everything we want, but if we can have as much as we can get to help us out, so we can live a decent life in this valley. Let's do it. Let's do it.
Question for you, and this gentleman's point. Are we allowed as a CSD on our website? We have some very wealthy people in this community. And who would love to give to the community. They don't really know how. Are we allowed to have something similar to like fundraise up? It's on the website. We can.
Yes, budget yearly for more than, I think it's
And they can
5,000, but we can take, the district can take in donations. And we just can't make it part of our budget.
Right. Okay, good. I mean, that's.
I think we did 10 rounds.
We have something under there.
We have the maximum allowed for our budget to show, because it's never actually hit that max line item.
But do you want to get to a point of
Are
depending on
you
the,
using town money to pay for
Yeah, we have our, we have, the next, are you?
No, I
Mary?
wanna know,
Are you married?
okay, for the next town meeting, because normal people, regular people aren't told about the town meetings. You know, and the agendas that are
So
on.
they, Brittany is amazing. She posts the agendas. Not in
Where?
72 hours. She posts it on the Thursday before the regular meeting
Where?
on the district's website.
The office.
Morongo Valley,
Park right here.
Morongo, it's at the Morongo Cafe. It's outside of Covington. It's at the district office. And it's all in town. And if I'm sure if we can get your email address, Brittany, can you add her to a distribution list to email? Yeah, okay.
And Brenda, can you shout out what the website is?
You can just do morongovalleyfire.org and it will actually ping you right here.
How do we get a list? of
Okay,
all-
so going back to public comment.
Well, for everything, that the legal fees and everything that they're adjusting, because.
It's all
if
on the,
it's-
it's all on the back table. For
I
this
have a whole
meeting.
stack of it, but.
Okay, great.
Why, if you're taking our money for the legal fees, why don't we get what it's about? What is hidden that we can't see?
Okay, there's nothing
And
that's.
then just treat me like I'm a retarded child and you actually have to spell it out to me
And
because this.
We want you to have, so we will absolutely say.
I'm serious.
You have to get through public comment. Are you married? Son?
No.
Okay, let's get the people have signed up for public comment. We're gonna get through public comment and please, do you have any forms, Brittany?
We're gonna start making a list of people.
Okay, please put your name on that list and then we'll get you.
And what is your name? Sorry.
Leslie.
Leslie.
Hi, Leslie, thank you. All right, Mary Steinfeld, are you here, Mary?
Yes. Yes, absolutely.
Nancy, sorry, my apologies.
Well, first of all, me up. I just want to speak a few words in positive words about the board. Jennifer Henning has worked in government for over 20 years. She's worked for the city of Palm Springs, very knowledgeable, has several connections and resources in the upper and the lower desert, and has strong skill set. And would be a benefit to Morongo Valley if you're giving the girl a chance. Okay. I don't know much about Michael Emery as you know, but I do know that he has incredible connections in the upper and lower desert, which will benefit our community. And as far as James Whitney, I've got a lot to say about him. He accomplished more while being president, and he was presiding over the Palm Springs Board of Realtors than that was done in probably 10 years. Some of his accomplishments, he brought up the Palm Springs Board out of financial difficulties and into a record of 7 months worth of reserves. He launched a very successful special charity and event and the association ever had, excuse me, I'm getting nervous. Bringing an incredible amount of money for the children's charity of the desert. He was successful in changing the name and the logo to the Palm Springs Regional Board of Realtors. And the association to the Greater Palm Springs Realtors and the logo. He reworked the board's website and has had numerous pages added, created to support several fundraisers. He recreated the board's newsletter and launched a campaign, Every Dollar Helps, which accomplished establishing an executive committee and changed some of the bylaws to accommodate the board and having a separate secretary and treasurer before it was combined as one. These are just items that, I could probably go on further, but anyway. He initiated several realtor training programs. He got our multiple listing dues reduced, which he's trying to do reductions here to try to get us back in balance.
That's all his week.
And also he's been the advertising. Yes. Don't beat me up.
and has TV connections and also has produced ads, including, he's been in ads including Eye on the Desert.
That's time.
Yeah, that's big guy. Okay. Anyway, there's a lot more you could say about the man. He's very accomplished. And if you all just give him a chance, give all three of them a chance to prove themselves, you know. They go into that. Yes, I do. Okay, I do. I live on Mockingbird Lane for 20-some, well, since 2004. That's 19 years, I guess.
Okay.
And she is a champion of bringing residents to Morongo to buy homes. She's one of the best.
All residents of Morongo Valley.
Public comment is Jan Lindquist. Jan, are you here? Jan, thank you. Please.
My name's Jan Lundquist. I've been a resident of Morongo Valley for the past 24 years. A couple of comments. You read off some closed door pursuant to legal code such and such. I don't believe there's anything that would restrict you from telling us what those legal codes pertain to. I looked at the code for the closed door meeting in February. And it was, I believe, had something to do with a possible employee suit, perhaps workman's comp, I don't know, but I only saw one code there. I didn't see three. The other issue is you see people here really want you to resign.
Yes.
If you cannot find it in your heart to do that, and I'm not sure that if you did that, that it would be to our advantage because we have no plan for going forward. But the bylaws require that you have 4 citizens advisory committees. Those committees have to do with things like plant and equipment and personnel. Are those established?
I'll answer your question. I asked when I first got on if we could establish committees. I've always had a strategic planning committee, a budget and finance committee. I had probably 12 committees in the last board that I presided over. I was told, and Johnny, I don't mean this as very, but there was something, yeah, there was something you mentioned about people don't want to do the 700 forms, which needed to be required in order to serve on a committee. And I said, it's a pretty simple form to do, but apparently people weren't interested in being on committees. I would absolutely, I'd love to have the Parks Committee with Tank and have all kinds of committees. We have all of these people in here. If this passion were turned into positive energy, if our president were able to spearhead a number of committees, I think we could turn things around incredibly just with that. And one of them could be a fundraising committee.
Is that form the one that you guys are required to fill out about your financial background? Is that-
Yeah, which is another room that we didn't do that. We've turned that in every year.
Turn that in? All of you have, we don't, I don't know if we've seen it.
And by the way, we didn't have to. It could have been something that
It
you
was
get.
a Brown Act
Yeah.
requirement.
Right, but we could have done that with the county where you have to get a FOIA in order to get that. We don't care. We gave it to Brittany.
Jan, continue. You have.
Now that's why I just wanted to suggest that we work together.
Absolutely.
To come up with a positive
Absolutely.
solution that benefits everyone.
Okay. We don't ask for committees. What happened in the past, we did form a standing committee for the parks, finance, and fundraising, and fire department. To have a standing committee of the CSD board, you must follow the Brown Act. You must also fill out Form 700. That means you have to follow, as we have to post our meetings 72 hours prior, the agenda has been posted. Same thing when you standing committee. You have a standing committee of the board, you must follow the Brown Act. You have to post agendas 72 hours prior to that meeting. You have to post minutes once that meeting is completed. You have to fill out a Form 700. A Form 700 is required of all board members and staff to be filled out once a year. If you are running for elective office in the state, you will fill out a Form 700 when you apply for the election. You will fill out Form 700 once you are elected, and you will file a Form 700 to stay in the office. A
But that's
700
not a
form is one.
citizens committee. Is that allowed? No, I didn't see that in the bylaws.
What I'm saying, ma'am, is you're talking about standing committees. You're talking about the standing committee of the board. To have a standing committee of the board, you must follow the Brown Act. You must follow 700 form. We attempted to do that in 2012 and 2013. I believe the only person that got one together was Mrs. Ford, got one together where everybody filed paperwork. People did not want to follow paperwork. I was told they felt that a 700 form was an inclusion on their privacy. So, yes, standing committees are good if everybody's willing to understand there are commitments. We have to follow the Brown Act, you would too.
Do we have a show of hands of people who would be willing to serve on a committee?
I never see that requirement.
Can we just show of hands, if people who would be willing to serve on a committee? No, just period, just in general, you guys would, knowing that there's a 700 form and all of that, so that's.
And then that's awesome, and then other than that, well, that's great, now that we know that there's that many people who are willing to serve on standing committees. We'll work with Brittany and Chief, because they will, the onus will be on them to agendize the meetings, have the minutes. And if we have a
They
standing
can, okay,
committee.
if standing committee has to file that. That would be the leader of the committee, usually be one of the commissioners.
Oh, okay.
You're not gonna have the district staff doing that because they're not on the committees.
So
The
just-
committee themselves have to file those.
And they'll be responsible for the 72 hours and filing the agendas.
Yes.
And Donnie, what about ad hoc committees?
Ad hoc committees are only can be made up of the board. Ad hoc committees can only be made up of 2 members or less of 2 members of the board because it cannot be a majority. At the CSDA conference, we found out that ad hoc committees are not allowed to have citizens as part of those committees, they can only be board members. And ad hoc committees are a committee that is put together that will have an ending date.
But there can be community engagement with an ad hoc committee.
Yes.
So we're two board members, which we've done, the community's involved in discussions and things like that, but it's not something that necessarily has to be reported.
All right, but we're gonna move on to continue with public comment. I still have names here. Dr. Nerman, are you? Thank you. Welcome.
So this is interesting timing that we're speaking of this. Can you hear?
No.
Okay, let's remind me. So I'm actually a little bit nervous to talk about what I'm going to talk about. I've been very unhappy with what I've heard and what I've seen. And I've been on committees before and they work great. I mean, we did a lot of good work. And what I want to say is, the problem with the board is that I and many other people feel like we're ignored and we're not listened to. And what I'd like to propose is that
You resign.
I have to agree with where it's at now, but what I would like to see is once a week, we have community meetings.
Love it.
So would people attend?
Oh, yeah. We'll attend.
Yeah. So why I'm saying this is because we need to express what we want. We need to get our representatives to follow what we want. It's not about, it's not about what they do. I'm very scared because people come to Morongo, they think they're going to come in and sell real estate and get the market and there's a lot of reasons why we would be nervous with you guys coming in. And, we have to keep our eye on it. So what I would like to propose is that let's get our community together. Let's get all of that. It's a balance. And I'm willing to show up every week. I'm willing to state what it is that's in my heart. I've been not sleeping because of this whole thing and being really pissed off and upset and understanding why everybody's upset. But what if we step out of this horrible thing that's happening in our whole world, in our country, and we go into our hearts and we come in and we say, okay, why don't we finally have the community that we want, that we can get together with, that we can support, that we can include the fire department, and that we include everybody.
We will be there every week, I promise you.
Amen.
Love it. We are thrilled that there are this many. We had like 6 people in all of the meetings that we had in the months.
Well, I have to say that it was nice of you guys to step up, and I personally didn't know, and I wasn't paying attention, and I feel terrible about that. And so this actually wouldn't have happened, because had enough of us known, people would have stepped up. So why don't we, I'm not saying that people should stop the recall process, I'm not saying any of that. What I'm saying is, let's see where this goes. Let's have these community meetings, and we just need to find a decent time. And
Later, and then, later than earlier.
later than earlier.
Yeah, like 7 o'clock or something. would be great.
In the evening?
Yeah.
You're not gonna get anyone in the community there.
Yeah.
I'm going to use your time to speak to it, and trust me, I would love.
We'll be there every week. We'll navigate our schedule around it. And
you'll be respectful to the community as we will.
And to your point, we were told that the CSD and the fire department were going under. That's why they asked us to get on. They said, listen, you can turn things around, please do it. No one's stepping out. That's why we jumped on.
You're on. And, okay, hold on, you guys. You guys, okay, give me 1 more minute, because it's not easy to be up.
I'm not just here to make money, guys.
Okay, my turn.
Yes.
You're holding on, and I have felt it's been disrespectful. And I feel like we're being disrespectful as well. So what if we were really to bring the community together? And find a way, what? So is anybody willing to step up for the community and come together and make it a fair deal? It's not going to be the board is going to tell us what to do. We're going to tell each other and the board, what do we want? What's in our hearts for our community? They're not going to.
Guys, that's all we want is your input. And yeah.
Hold on.
Issue, I understand. Let's get
Hold on.
that.
Thank you.
That's difficult.
Thank you.
Thank you very
Oh, and honestly, Dr. Chuck is next. We don't have.
I need to caution the board members about community meetings. Remember, you can only have 2 board members at a meeting. If you have 3, then you turn around, you have a forum. Also, we need to make sure that we're gonna hold community meetings that we all need to know about, so we can rotate it. It's happening the same. They're just not gonna have information.
Absolutely.
Dr. Chuck Raywood, and I want to take a few minutes just to say a couple of things. One is, James, you don't know me, I don't know you. Jennifer, you don't know me, I don't know you. Michael, you don't know me, I don't know you. Okay, and now I'm not here to be transparent of what I'm here for. I'm here to support this community, to support, all of our investments in what we have here in Morongo Valley. And if that's in jeopardy, we lose. I lose, you guys lose, everybody loses. Okay, so, you invited the sheriff's department to be here tonight. Okay.
They're here.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so, next one. Rather than being against everything. I want to see us for something.
Absolutely.
All right, and I want to see this board for transparency. I want to see this board for honesty, integrity. To treat us like, we're like everybody else. Don't speak down to me. Don't speak down to any of these people in our community. Be real. Be professional. Don't be politicians. Get off of that.
We're not politicians.
Not politicians. Well, you're like it. But, when you take over the board, of 3 votes out of, the 5, then, you have to say so. Listen to what the other board members have to say.
He and I don't even, my husband and I don't even vote the same.
So, just remember, this is a rural town, and we have those values. Do you have those values?
Absolutely.
Well, then prove it to us.
That's why we're
Okay,
here.
you have to be proving it to us up to now. So are you willing to change, start proving your
We're brand
values?
new on the board, just give it a chance, sure.
Well, all I got to say is, I'm asking each one of you to resign. Okay, and if you don't resign, we will resign.
The next public comment is Richard Johnson.
Good evening. I've been a member of the community about 30 years and really like this place. I wanted to, Mr. Whitney made a statement a little while ago, and I wanted to see if I could be sure I understood what he said, because he was very concerned about breaking Brown Act laws and stuff like that, and you can't reveal too much, all that stuff. And I thought it was ironic that Mr. Whitney was so concerned about Brown Act, but
Louder.
what I want to know is, I believe you said, and just correct me if I'm wrong, or straighten me out, I think what you said was that there's some sort of litigation coming at us that is so bad that we have to do away with an economical, affordable attorney that we've used forever and hire a very, very expensive law office. And the thing is, that's coming at us is so bad and so scary, but you can't tell anybody what it is. Is that right or correct? If I got that wrong.
No, he did not say that.
Yes, he did.
Use my time.
Yeah, if you're asking me a question, I'm beyond concerned about what is happening in areas that I can't discuss. I'm not allowed to say if we currently have claims, litigation, allegations, and all of those sorts of things. I've been told not to, that politics is very different from if you all were shareholders and that sort of thing. The Brown Act is new to me. I didn't know a lot of things that I now have been told about, and I can't discuss whether or not we have these claims, litigation, and that sort of thing. My hands are tied. All I can tell you is, I am so concerned. The second we got into that first meeting in December, I became so concerned. My number one priority, which was really to build up the fire department and make it great, make sure the CSD is solvent, because that's why we came on. We heard that they were going under. After that meeting, my number one concern was making sure that we have a legal team in place. By the way, it's $70 more per hour. Our former general counsel's principal versus our general counsel principal now, it's $175 an hour versus $245. So apples to apples. And I can go to that when we get into legal. I wish your comments came later because I wanted to go over that so everybody understands.
Well, we'll be hearing about it.
Yeah, where we are. But I would love to be fully transparent. That's my nature, but I can't be. And so being told, yeah, you've got all these private, yes, I can't discuss the things about which I am most concerned. I would love to.
Well, I was I was at, the meeting when they talked about bringing on the attorneys and, it was a Zoom meeting and person after person after person protested.
That's not when they were on.
They were run on.
They were already on.
I'm talking about.
We asked
They
you
hadn't
not to
been
vote.
signed on.
We asked.
Well, then, okay.
No, a lot of people think
In
that
any case, on that issue, the whole town is feeling railroaded. They just don't even get it.
I get it.
Okay, and apparently, it's like you guys are so smart that you have to do this and you're gonna take our money and you're gonna, because this big bad thing is happening and nobody can tell us. I don't know, I just think there's something real there.
If I were in your seat, I would feel the same way.
You wanna save the town some money.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you what, there's a whole lot of will right here.
I need to make a correction. I don't understand what numbers you're looking at, sir, but I have both contracts working in front of me. We're paying $125 an hour to Mr. Kennedy. We're paying $240 an hour to Mr. Mon, $280 an hour to Mr. Novell.
Yeah.
Not $175. You said $175 was for litigation. Litigation was not used by that law firm. So please give the public correct information.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay,
We will
no.
Okay, that's not.
If he's going to publish incorrect information, I am going to correct him.
We will continue. Public comment is Eva Rouse. Eva, are you here?
Most of you all know me. I've lived here 39 years, my entire life. I was born in Palm Springs. I grew up in this desert. I went to the schools with most of everybody here. We've all grown up together. I raised my kids here. I chose to stay here. This town is my life, and we're not going to be able to move forward now. We're not. No matter what we say, we're going to come together as a community. We're going to be here every week. We're not going to be able to move forward with the three of you on our board. We can't. The only way we can move forward now is if even one of you step down. One of you three step out and let. Not three against the community, because that's what you guys are making us feel like it is. You're 3 votes against all of us and what we want. It's not okay.
That's right.
It's not okay. And we're not gonna stand by and just let it keep happening. But the only way you're gonna show us good faith that you're here for our community and you're here to help us and wanna be here for us is one of you step down. At least one. You, Jennifer Henning.
You got somebody to replace her?
You were voted in as somebody that lived in Palm Springs and didn't even know our community, which was upsetting. You know?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. What I'm saying, if you care about this community so much, one of you step down and let somebody take your place.
Yeah.
Helping us out with and prove it. Show us your good faith and show us how much you care about our community.
Yeah.
Okay, our next comment is by Leslie Fisher. Leslie? Are you here? All right, thank you.
Just even if one of them.
Last thing, how can we stand here and look you guys in the face and knowing that you're not giving us all of the information and we have complete trust in any one of you? If you guys are, if the litigation and the legal, if the legal fees are coming out of our bank account and you guys are supposedly representing us, then why are you not letting us in on that? There isn't anything that happens between anybody that we're not involved with that doesn't come out of our town bank. So what is the big secret? I don't understand. How do you expect us to have any faith and confidence in you guys running our business? And honestly, my bad. I didn't know all this stuff is going on. I don't like the cafe because they didn't hire locals when they opened it. They fired most of the locals. Why would I go in there and eat? Honestly. So, you know, I mean, he opened up a restaurant and hired locals. He brought in, he made it happen, and it was a community where people came from everywhere to open and go to this restaurant. Why would we want you guys in here if you're not representing us and letting us know everything here? You know, I don't want just one of you. I would like it if all of you guys would, and most of us can step up, and we will step up. I know a lot of younger people that are stepping up to run this place. They're probably dying to do it.
All right, the next speaker on our list is Olia Saylor. I apologize if I mispronounced your name. I
correct it right now.
Can you maybe give them the attention that they deserve, because this is part of the problem.
Yeah.
Nobody believed you guys, because, well, he's kind of attended, she's attended, he's attended, he's attended. You look forward, you can't look down. And play with stuff.
I'm speaking on what the speakers are saying. That's what I know. I have those to reference. So I apologize. You have 3 minutes.
Okay. Forgive me, my name's Olin Sather. I've been in and out of Morongo Valley since '01, military in Japan, traveled a lot of the world, military. Then I went back as an expat, and now I'm back in the country in Morongo Valley. So I've spent probably around 11 years actually in Morongo Valley. The other was an expat in Japan, traveling, all that stuff. And since '01 to now, I see the same kinds of issues on the streets. Now that's the focus I'm putting here. Just recently, I repaired some of the asphalt right here off of Park in the 62. Because I got tired of going over there and constantly bumping, and 6 months, 8 months, 10 months, 12 months later, the damn hole's still there. And it gets filled in with dirt from the rains or whatever, but then the hole comes back, and it's like a slap in the face. And I feel like that was when I was in the military. I was getting slapped in the face for something that I can't control. So I went out of my way and I got some asphalt from Builder Supply, and I went in there and fixed it myself. So I'm tired of waiting. So what, you know, why am I waiting for this stuff? That's a busy street. Okay, I use that every day, and I traverse the traffic like somebody had mentioned earlier, trying to get from Park onto the 62. I use the center divider illegally, mind you, because I can't time the traffic correctly, and it's stressful, and I don't want to deal with it. But what I'm trying to say is that I know some people in this room, and there's other people out here, especially if the good efforts put towards it. I'm willing to volunteer my time. Okay, I'm a very skilled person. Some people may know who I am as far as my work, maybe not. Shanna does. Leslie and Jerry over there, they know. Please use me. Please use people like me.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't necessarily need money. Okay, but I like some kind of organization set up where people like me who are willing to give back can. Make sense? Thank you. Now, on a side note, I fixed that out of irritation and annoyance. Okay, and everyone who's using that is now enjoying that road that I fixed. But look how it got there. Got there through irritation and annoyance from me. So I had to be irritated and annoying to go and fix the road. I like to do it with a smile on my face. I really like that. Yeah.
Olin, the only thing is, the sheriff's here, so you don't want to tell him how you're pulling out.
He's just here to, justify us fear and intimidation when it's uniform. I don't think you're used to this.
Our next speaker is Vanessa Warble. Vanessa, are you here?
Yeah.
I apologize if I'm mispronouncing anyone's name.
Not the first, well, no, no. I wrote a few notes so I can stick to the points. And I need to put on my old people glasses to read them.
Yay!
So I sort of wanted to summarize where we are and what's going on, what I think is happening here, and then potentially throw out some solutions, which I think, I don't really know your name, but I think that was a great idea. We are not a wealthy special district. There are many reasons for that. One of the reasons, it seems to be historically, we've not voted for tax increases, which we need, but of course, who wants to pay more taxes? Who can afford to pay more taxes? So I understand there's this tension between how we can raise money as a community for what we need and what we want versus what we actually have coming for us. It sounds like there has also been consistent mismanagement in the past. And I'm not saying people are shitty or they, or are corrupt. I'm saying people try their best, but may not be totally confident in how things have been run in the past. We sort of saw that play out a couple of years ago when we were all, on the Zoom live stream. That was me trying to mediate the hours we had. But I think we need to agree that probably the new board members arrived into a shit sandwich. And, okay, I respect Alex and Shauna more than anyone, so I take that as your word. But what I'm saying is, it was not like a simple easy thing. We didn't have a ton of extra money. There were going to be significant challenges as there have been. So let's just put it there. I think probably most of the issues we have is because we have very limited resources. We have more needs than we have resources.
Yep.
Base of the problem.
Yep.
I also want to say that I assume all of you came into this with good intentions, that you really wanted to make a difference. You probably saw what was going on and you're like, how can I do this? How can I apply my resources, what I bring to the table? I absolutely think you guys came into it that. Unfortunately, you failed at getting the trust of the community. And that is something I don't think you can get out from under right now without a concession. And so what I think that concession should be is that one of you step down. It would be so easy. It would show the community that you care. We would applaud that. And we would also say, we know that you're doing your best, but what's going on right now is untenable. So let's figure out which one of you can step down, but don't go away because you have resources to bring. So come be on the committee, come run committees. Don't stay engaged. Don't take this what's happened here as all right, I'm taking my toys and I'm going. Because believe me, I understand the urge to. I do. But let's just do the right thing. Someone step down now. Someone from the community will step up, and I think there'll be lots of discussions about who that should be and what they bring to the table. But that would be, we could just end all of this.
Yeah.
Yeah. Laying down, and he is not in a state to address everyone. So he's gonna give it a pass.
It's, okay.
Love the
Tiff,
crowd
you can
first.
submit the comment online. All right.
Have Shauna take his place.
That's Sean.
The next person on the agenda, I'm sorry, on the public comment list is Eric Weston. Eric, are you here?
I was born in 29 homes out on base. My dad was born here, my grandmother was born here. My great grandmother and great grandfather drove their wagon train right up Morongo Canyon here before 62. I've lived here almost my entire life, and I gotta say, I've worked in healthcare for 45 years, and I'm gonna say this. The whole thing about the litigation it's a fear, and we don't make decisions by fear. I'm saying from a standpoint of working in healthcare. A number of years ago, after my third booster shot with the hepatitis B vaccine, I felt like I had the flu. Within 2 weeks, I was 120 pounds and I almost died. The glands my neck stayed swollen for 7 years. I had 2 small kids I had raised. And it was 30 years that I found out later that I had mercury poisoning for Marisol that was in the vaccine. So COVID comes along, a big scary monster, fear, and I have to get the vaccine. And I told them I haven't even been able to get the flu shot. It put me severe allergic reaction, it put me in the emergency room. And I can't do it. They told me you're gonna get fired. So I said, well, I can't do it no matter what you say. I'm still here. I didn't make that decision out of fear.
Right.
I stood and I said, no, I'm not gonna do it. Do whatever, but I'm not gonna do it. And with these decisions, it's always a knee-jerk decision whenever there's fear. And when we make decisions out of fear, we make the wrong decision every time. And so I just gotta say that with that in mind, you know, potential litigation, you know, this big scary monster, you know what? You know, I really do believe, just like, I had to sign a religious exemption in order to keep working. I really do believe there's a God. I really do believe he can take care of that. And that's just the way I feel. And I do believe that he can preserve this community, even in the midst of our whole nation right now going under. I really do believe he can actually preserve Morongo Valley and this whole high desert. You know, I know that, I believe that, and I'm here to testify. I used to be a stinking speed freak. I gave my life to Christ in 1983, July 20th. I haven't touched the stuff since. You know, I'm very grateful. And I'm just here to say there's hope for this town. And I'm sitting here living proof. And we can make the right decisions. And it takes that I'm gonna believe. I said, I'm gonna give in. That's all I need. Thank you.
Jordan Diesel.
Hello, board members. One thing I just want to make known is, if you listen to the people, do what they want, because power to people still, as far as I know, we can get a lot accomplished. But if you three are gonna go against everything the people want, nothing's going to get accomplished. And I support Johnny, I support team. Thank you for stepping up and doing what's right for the people. If you three could just do the same thing, you know what we could accomplish? A lot. But if you have the same 3 people voting against everything everybody wants, you're not gonna get anything accomplished. So I don't understand why it seems like you can't say nothing. I can't say nothing, but this pertains to community. And another thing I want to address. Why is it, you guys say we're $229,000 or whatever it is in debt in 6 months? How is hiring a very expensive attorney gonna solve that?
It's on the agenda.
And another thing I don't like,
When people are talking, why is it you three are always interrupting people and not giving them the full 3 minutes? And then you like rage at people. You rage at people, they deserve the 3 minutes. Kristen, James, she rounded the point. Shauna didn't get her full 3 minutes because you started getting all angry and then, but did she get a full 3 minutes? I don't think she did because you guys said she has 1 more minute. You said she has 1 more minute though. And then James cut into her 1 minute.
I gave her extra.
Well, I didn't think it was extra time. I didn't see extra time. So when are we gonna start listening to the people and doing what's best for the people, not what's best for the board? This is power to people, not power to, you're supposed to listen to your constituents. Is that your job? So why aren't you listening to your people? Listen to people, do what they want, because they're your boss. You're not the boss of them. Not do what the board wants. I can care less what the board wants to do. I really can. But I guess since you guys are the ones in power, we're supposed to listen to you, but it's supposed to be the other way around. It's supposed to be power of the people, not power of James, not the power of, I don't know, her, Jennifer, not the power of Michael. It's the power of the people. So thank you very much, Donnie and team, for helping us out. I appreciate it. I would just push you through to get on the same page. Thank you.
All right, our next speaker is Jessica Vonder. Oh, sorry. Vonder A. Vonder A, thank you, I'm sorry. My apologies.
I'm gonna read off my phones. I'm very tired. I want to piggyback a little bit of what people have said. You had your chance when the fire chief refused to sign on the new law firm. You had your chance, but you disregarded it by not taking the advice and opinions and taking up the majority of the votes. If you wanted positive energy, well, step down and let's move forward and show your community that you care about them. And one of you please step down. Dear people of Morongo Valley and board members, I'm standing here today with deep frustrations and anger over the situation that we are facing. The LACO will shut us down. It will shut down the fire department as a result for our financial situation. We were $230,000 over budget last year. Why are we buying a new truck? Why are we buying a more expensive law firm? Go ahead and get into it later. Thank you for not interrupting me. Okay, the secret meeting talk. Why are you so scared of the secret meeting when Johnny and Tink have not been, or Jennifer last year? You guys are all common knowledge of the things that you've known, but all of a sudden, now you're on the board and it's a big freaking deal and you're spending a ton of money on a new law firm. How much have we spent on the law firm in the past? How have you always consulted with the law firm? Have you guys all decided to do it, or do you just do it independently? Because one thing I've noticed, I'm going off your notes. Ever since you stepped into office, you guys are going off of the books. How many bids do we get to get the tree strings? You know, Johnny, but did you show up with a new law firm and then you put it in our chief's face? He says, no, the people should do it. You ignore his request. Then you ignore all the people's requests. And then you wonder why we don't trust you. We don't like you. And then you ignore me. That pisses me off. I'm a human being. I'm a freaking teacher. I'm a mom. And I'm here right now waiting for 3 hours in the back to speak my mind. There's people who want to step up. You care about the community. You two are married. Why don't you step down? You're united. Is that not? For disrespectful, I am a Christian and I do believe in good faith. Sure, you have good intentions. I won't meet every week. I'm sorry, Glenn. I won't. But one of you step down. One of you will step up. And I guarantee that these meetings will stay filled. Because everyone's going to be watching whoever the last two are. Yeah.
Otter Smith. Otter. Thank you.
Okay, I've been here since 1978. And, we've been a renegade community. We've been a people that mind our business. We have people supposedly governing us that we trust, so we don't come to board meetings. We got lives, and we trust that we're doing the right thing. And then what happens is when you find out that something may not be going too well, we show up. We come out of the woodwork. Don't ever underestimate us. I have always wondered is why we are responsible for that road out there. Why are we not subsidized by the state of California? This little community is serving from that right down to the top up there. And they come. And they don't even have minimum. These people are so loyal to us. So I'm wondering why there is not some other subsidy that will help us serve the people that are driving like crazy maniacs down our road. That's my thing. That's always been my thing. Why is this community that is filled with low-income people, retired people, crazy people, rich people, we're all Morongans. When you get to meet us when we don't like something.
Right. Do you have any more public comments here? I don't have any other forms that are filled out. All right, so with that we will conclude public comment. And now we'll move on to the next item, which is approval of the agenda. Do we accept and approve the March 15, 2023 agenda?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Motion passes. All right. So the next item on the agenda are agency reports. And we'll start with the sheriff's report. Deputy Police.
So just a quick update, the last days here, pretty much here, and about every meeting, giving a agency report to items that are concerned here in Morongo Valley. Currently, we have one program just in, which was Operation Dust Devil, which was the off-road enforcement operation that we had going on for the entire county, which was going to be focused a large amount of time throughout the Morongo Basin, particularly Morongo Valley. Although that specific program has ended, Captain Warwick and the department had set aside funds for that to continue throughout the remainder of this fiscal year. They're going to look at it in new fiscal to continue that. So expect to see off-road enforcement continuing. I know Operation Consequences is still going on. That is a problem-oriented policing project that the county and the sheriff's office has put in place to focus on specific problems for specific areas. Luckily, Morongo Basin is not one of those specific areas. The crime trends that we have here are a lot lesser than what they would be focusing on, which is a good thing for your community. The station has just received 7 additional deputies to supplement our patrol staffing, which has been a long time coming. We've been short and working at minimum staffing for about the last 3 years because of COVID. We've had difficult time hiring people, so they just assigned 7 people that will be taken to the streets here in about, well, when they're done with training, about 16 weeks. So that will increase our patrol staffing by 1 for each shift. And then in regards to, we've had some crime trends occurring throughout Morongo Valley, one being the catalytic converter theft. They just put somebody in custody for that. I believe it was related, I don't want to misspeak, but I believe that person got out of the Alto, but there was a nexus to our community here. And then the big thing that they had is having some, I don't know how to describe it, but smash me grab type robberies that occurred at Walmart and the Rite Aid throughout Morongo Basin to include 29 homes, the other valley. And that was a crime ring that they have those folks invested to. And they made some progress with that. So that's all I have for agency report today.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. The next item we have is the general manager fire chief report. Hey, Breakville?
I'm gonna stand up so you can all hear me there in the back. I'm gonna start with the fire department report. So this past reporting period, we had one structure fire. We had 31 EMS calls, all requiring paramedics. We had 2 hazardous condition calls for general service like lift assist and that kind of stuff. We had 3 good intent calls and 1 false alarm. This last month, we had 40 calls. The call volume for this area is increasing. We're like 11% over than what we were this time last year. We had, some of you know that I obtained a brand new state OES type 6 engine at no cost, fully equipped for our community. I think we owe 3 people a big round of applause because they went on a strike team to help our community, Big Bear, Running Springs, and they were shoveling snow, rescuing people from cars, rescuing people from their houses. They just got back. And then yesterday, I sent the crew up to the Wildland Fire Academy. They did refresher training. We're gonna have a very bad wildland fire season because of the rain. And so they were getting their quals up so we can send them out on strike teams in the water tender, type 6, which is a yellow brush engine, and then the big red one, which is type 3 engine. Then taking a look at changing our medical director. We have 2 applicants. One is a medical director who serves as Morongo Ambulance Company. And that would allow us to not waste medication. So when it expires, when we see it's about ready to expire, we can exchange it with them. And then we don't have to go out and throw medication away. And because Morongo Basin Ambulance uses a lot of medication, so we can trade that back into them and they use it up before it expires. We don't have to dispose of our narcotics and all the other ALS. So I'm in the process of getting bids from 2 medical directors. One that served Morongo Basin Ambulance, and the other one that's the lead doctor at Loma Linda University Hospital. Any questions on the fire side of the house? Yes, sir.
For the last chief, I had volunteered and submitted all the certificates that I have as far as firefighting, wildland firefighting. And for some point or some reason I don't know, I never received a phone call. And I'm wondering why that is. Of course, you don't have the answer to it. And also, can I just go back in and expect the same?
I can tell you what I will do. If you come down and see me, I'm worried. In fact, we just met with the fire department and we're putting together wildland firefighters so we don't have to deplete our paramedics leaving this area to go fight fires. So yes, if you want to come see me, I'm over there in the office and you're more than welcome to. And you can always call me because I answer my cell phone all the time. I'm very accessible. Yes, you do need people, especially local people. A lot of those people that work for us now are all local. When I say local, the Morongo Basin. Yes, ma'am.
Chief, so when these people go out on strike teams and OES, that brings money to our community?
Yes, it does.
Thank you.
And somebody else brought up something about the highway, the increased amount of accidents and speed and everything. And most of those people that require our services are not taxpayers from Morongo Valley. So I have a cost recovery system. Guess what? Instead of us footing the bill for their stupidity, when I say stupidity, I'm talking about drunk driving, excessive speed, not slowing down, and wasting our medicine, our engines and time. They get charged for it. And we have a third party EF recovery, and they've been doing real good recovering the majority of the cost. All right. Now to the general manager report. Okay, so at the direction of the board and for their support, I appreciate this. We have a brand new phone system. Unbeknown to me, our phone system was over 30 years old. Okay, and so it was really outdated. So the staff and I got together and we contacted several companies and found Spectrum, who provides our internet service. So they gave us the best deal. We don't own the phones. Okay, they provide us the phones. They do all the maintenance repair. It's all included. It costs us $30 more a month to have a brand new phone system with voicemail. So if I'm not there and you need to call me, you can call my office. It goes right to my cell phone. Or you can call my cell phone. Fire events, our fire inspector has his own his own extension, so you can call any of us direct. And so the CSD information technology systems, we're in the process of updating because our current system is not compatible with the brand new phone system. So instead of spending money on brand new computers, we're rebuilding the ones we have. I have somebody, full transparency, it's my son, he's a computer guru, and he's rebuilding the computers, putting more RAM in, solid state drives in, and increasing the speed of the computer system so we can run our fire reports. We can have Microsoft Access, have a database. So if somebody calls up or if somebody has a piece of equipment that's on the ground and has a number, I can run it right through Microsoft Access and boom, oh, that belongs to Breakville. And we can return it right to the rightful owner. Some of you may have noticed the parking and pedestrian warning signs are posted throughout the park about the falling limbs. So make sure people understand that they park there and we have bad weather and winds, that the rain and the wind will cause the damage. And then the wildlife, you know, we've had bears, we have coyotes, we have bobcats. And so those signs are posted now. So people that don't live in the area that aren't familiar with the hazards that we deal with will be warned. Those signs were put up and installed free of charge by Buddy. Finally, item number 4 on my list, as most of you have seen, we've had some roof damage, right? And so instead of going out and you know, hiring contractors and getting bids and everything, which we will do, but I said, wait a minute, we have insurance. Let's see if we can get the insurance people down here. So they came down here, they walked all over, took their measurements and everything, and gave my staff back. They said, we will authorize, we'll cut a check. I mean, the repair will authorize $23,000. You guys just pay $1,000 for the deductible. And so they are committed, SDRMA is committed to paying us $22,000 for the repair. So now we have to go out and find somebody that can do the repairs. Yeah. Okay, get the 3 bids, bring them back. We'll pick the best bid, and that'll offset the cost, and we'll get some roof repair. Is there any questions? That's what I have. I mean, we've got a ton of stuff to do and updating policies and procedures and everything. Yes, ma'am.
I just want to say thank you.
Yeah.
For the point.
Yeah.
Everybody hear me okay?
Yeah.
One last word.
Thank you for your service.
Thank you. No, thank you for allowing me the privilege to come down here and keep my skill set.
Thank you.
The next item on the agenda, is cash check disbursements and credit card purchases for January, February. Dr. Tolbert, tell you.
Good evening. Tonight, I'm gonna be going over 2 reports because we didn't have a meeting last month. So I'll be giving a report that went out last month for February, and I'll also be giving a report for tonight for March. Starting off in February, CSD did spend $74,677.57. That is $32,980.40 less than the previous month. If you remember our last few months, we had some very costly repairs to be done, and our bills are extremely high. Yeah, bills outside of our normal monthly bills were $6,356.39 for all-star fire equipment. That was to buy new turnouts for the firefighters. We have to provide turnouts for our firefighters. We are able to lease turnouts for our reserve firefighters. For our permanent firefighters, we are buying the turnout. We bought 2 sets last month. $2,691.38 to Bond Tree Medical. That's for our medic supplies, for our paramedics. In the last 4 years, those prices have tripled. They destroyed our budget. And we just keep, it's not like every month they go up, I understand, it's crazy. We spent another $700 to Smith Marion and Company. Smith Marion, they do our yearly audit. The $700 for them to file with the state controller. When we have an audit done every year, you have to be filed with the state controller, there's a fee for that, and Smith Marion pays it, and then we pay them back. $650 with the Brunswick, McElhaney and Kennedy. They were our previous, I won't say previous, but they're an attorney that we have on retainer. There is no yearly retainer except for that attorney. And we have a bill for them for $650 at $125 an hour. Then we had $613 to Code Red Decal and Graphics. That is for our firefighters to have their patches. All firefighters have to have patches on their uniforms, so everybody knows when they go somewhere that they represent Morongo Valley. That came up to a total of $11,010.77, meaning our normal monthly bill was $63,666.80. As of January 31st, we held $623,646.89 in our reserve. We currently keep 6 reserve accounts. Those accounts are, Mr. Martinez mentioned before, one of them is reserved, we have to for LAFCO. And as of January 31st, we had in our bank account $385,912.70. That is our general operating fund. That's what we ended in January. For March, in February, the district did spend $77,258.50. For the board members, you have a cash disbursement. The number is different than the number I just reported. Due to the fact that there is an item that we will be discussing later this evening that was originally put on there that we spent, but we did not spend it. And it will come later this evening and you all know what that is. That is $2,580.93 more than the previous month. Bills for outside our normal monthly bills for February were $3,301.10 to Bond Tree Medical, once again, medic supplies. $3,178.19 for all-star fire equipment. We bought a third to the new turnout for a new employee. $1,600 to Brunswick, McElhaney and Kennedy legal fees. $400 to H&S mobile fire equipment repair. There was a fuel leak that the fire department had to have repaired. That was done by H&S Mobile. $300 to J. Edward Fire Protection. The hood in the kitchen for the stove, as you all have been hearing, we're trying to get that kitchen up to where it can be used. So the stove has a hood, has a fire suppression hood over it. That money, that $300 was for the inspection of that hood. $282.75 for Poland Electrical. We have a generator at the fire station that we is used when the power goes out. It had to have service done to it. $265 to Schroeder Plumbing. There was a mainline blockage at the fire station and CSD office. We had to get that taken care of so that we do not have backup into our fire station and our firefighters to be there. $125 to Englander Investigations. They are the company we use to background investigations on our new hires. $110 with the Vagabond welding supplies. They bring us oxygen for use with our is that for our SBA tanks, chief?
Oxygen tanks.
Yes.
For EMS.
Our EMS oxygen tanks, that was $110. $100 to Steve Hayden and SC. emergency heating call. The heater in the fire department was blowing cold air in the winter. This doesn't work very well. Then it was $85.91 to Captain Ryan McKecken. He had to buy equipment for the kitchen and this we reimbursed him. That came out to a total of $9,747.95, meaning our bills for the month, our normal bills for the month was $67,510.55. We have not touched our reserves, so as of February 28th, our reserves remained at $623,646.89. Once again, that is held in 6 reserve accounts. We were unable to receive a end of the month balance sheet, so I do not have the total within the bank account at this time. Do I have any questions?
Do you have the revenue that was brought in for March? You have a breakdown of that, or?
I said, we did not get the balance sheet for February. We got one in January, but not in February. You have to ask Mr. Miller for that. Those are reports that are generated through the bookkeeper's office, and please keep in mind that her main income is taxes by money, and this is her busy season. So anything that she's doing for us, take her for doing her job. Yes, ma'am.
I have a question. When Gail mentioned earlier, way back in the beginning, a few hours ago, she said there was 900 and some thousand when she left the board. Is she including that 600 and some thousand in the reserves plus the 300 plus thousand that's in the operating account? Do you think that's what she's talking about? She says there's 900,000 gone.
You would have
You
to
made that comment.
you would have to ask her because I've been doing this for a number of years.
Yeah.
And we haven't had $900,000 in general operating in a very.
But she was, okay, and I'm just wondering that 6 and 9, 3 makes 9, so that's what I'm thinking.
Well, no, because actually the 385,000 is actually a low number. We normally operate somewhere in the vicinity of 500,000 in our general operating fund.
And then the reserves is the 600,000.
Yes, the reserve is totally separate because we keep contingency reserves.
Okay.
Left over this emergency purposes, this is already done for.
Okay.
Are there any other questions? That's all I have now.
Thank you, Director Colbert. The next item on the agenda is the consent calendar. Items, do we have any comments on these items?
I will motion that we accept the consent calendar. Second.
Okay, I have some corrections per usual on agenda items on consent calendar 2, 3, and 4. Brittany, do you want me to send them to you? Okay. All right, so I will send this revision to you.
The clerical.
Yeah. All right, so. Let me say, I do not.
Okay, are you asking for those items to be pulled out of the consent calendar?
Yes, we'll pull them out and then we'll make the corrections and bring them back next month for the. How would you like to?
If you could just approve with the corrections, because we're already 4 months behind.
Yeah, that was going to my next time, but that an option. Okay, I will modify the motion to accept the consent calendar, adding items 2, 3, and 4. We accept it with approved corrections.
I will resecond it.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, the next item on the agenda is new business. Item number 1, discuss presenting Fire Chief Briggle with a proclamation from the district recognizing his past accomplishments related to his duty as fire chief. Action item.
I have a question about that.
All right, Director Colbert?
Why is he on the fire chief duties? He's the fire chief and the general manager. Are we separating him now?
We're recognizing the incredible things that he's done as a fire chief. It's not one versus the other, but that in particular, I thought if he had a key, like in Palm Springs, they don't have a key to the city, it's a proclamation. Here, we aren't even a city, so we wouldn't have a key to the city, but a proclamation is the highest honor you can really bestow on.
We have a few awards that we have bestowed to the year shooting star. There are awards we have bestowed on people for outstanding issues. My question is, he's the fire chief / general manager. Why does this only say fire chief?
Can we add, can we add general manager to that?
That's what I'm asking right now.
Yeah, is that the technical title, fire chief / general manager?
Yes, okay. Just to clarify that, a CSD by California state law must have a general manager. It says in this California CSD law, a CSD shall have a general manager. Every attorney I've spoken to, with the exception of one, says shall equals must, so we must have a general manager. We as the board are allowed to have one individual hold that position, and if that's the case, it would have to be general manager / fire chief. So if that is what we're going to do, I have no problem saying that we're going to give him an award as general manager and fire chief, but not just as fire chief.
Yeah, I think we could do that. You've been general manager for how long, Chief?
Over a year.
The reason the fire chief thing, I think, is so important to us, it's not even just, the proclamation is not just going to be what you've done for this community. It's what you've done as the equivalent of a professor, you teach all, I think 37 years doing that, yeah. And the way a proclamation works is it outlines really the last 37 years that he has, things that he's accomplished related to being in that world, having nothing to do with the general manager side.
Why don't we ask him what he wants?
Yeah, but it's not just one little thing that's on.
Why don't we ask him instead of
Can I finish,
everybody deciding for him? Why don't we ask him what he would want?
Right, I just want to explain what this is. So the proclamation, again, it's not just a little thing there. It will spell out everything that's happened really for the last, 37 years roughly. And then all the board members sign it. It's a nice glossy thing, it's framed and all of that. But yeah, Chief, what would you prefer?
Again, I'm gonna stand up so I can project my voice. I'm very humbled, okay, but I could not do the things I do for our community if it wasn't for my staff and the firefighters. So if there's anybody that needs proclamation, it goes to the staff. All I do is facilitate.
This goes to you, that's nice, but this is, 37 plus years of things that you've accomplished, so.
We've heard what he wants. So why not give him what he wants? Why force something on him that he doesn't want?
No one's forcing him, we've just asked him, I don't know what the answer is yet.
Yeah.
Chief Breakville, sorry. I think I've known you longer than anybody else up here. My question to you is directly. Do you want a proclamation as the fire chief, or would you prefer for you list your entire job as fire chief and general manager?
Well, my entire job, but the people that work for the community, these people, the fire, they need to be recognized. They're the ones out there. Okay, I just want that, I could not, it's not me that makes me shine, it's these guys.
You make these guys shine.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And guys, there are lots of other awards that will go around, Chief. That's not the only one.
That on the proclamation with the Sharpie.
Yeah, I just want that clear. I mean, you don't need a bunch of degrees behind your name to understand a very simple principle of management. You take care of the people that work for you and they will take care of you.
Amen.
So I'd like to make the motion because it doesn't say what the title would be here. I'd like to make a motion that the proclamation will be for Chief as, do you want general manager / chief or the other way around?
That's fine, either way.
Okay.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, all in favor?
I'd like to just comment that I think this was brought onto our agenda at an inappropriate time. To try and save face.
Yeah.
previously, or to cancel meetings, or to study sessions, or to something else. So that is why my vote is nay, no offense.
None taken.
And so we are taking on the way on that. And third of this was based on Chief announcing at the January meeting that he was going to reinstate. Was it firefighter of the month or firefighter of the quarter?
It was going to be firefighter of the quarter, and then from those, and then it would be firefighter of the year. Because we meet with all the fire agencies. We met at the Elks Club last.
The first responders there.
Right, and all the firefighters, first responders were honored at that meeting. So I want to make sure that our people are recognized. I mean, where I come from, it's not about the money, it's about 2 words: thank you.
Yes.
I'll take that over $100 bill any day. Okay, and so will my firefighter.
Yeah, and it was that spirit of Chief wanting to do that and bringing that back to the community because it had been gone for a while. Is that correct, Chief? That in that spirit, who better to start off that new tradition that will continue forward than recognizing the man that's putting it into place and doing so much for this community, this station. And you can see all of that and how much the entire staff and crew just adore to, along with everyone in this room. So that's what that spirit was for. We want to take a roll call vote again?
You have to.
All right, let's do it. A motion on the table by Vice President Whitney.
Aye.
Seconded by Johnny Colbert, for a proclamation to Chief recognizing his duties as Fire Chief and General Manager. Director Tolbert.
Aye.
Director Emery.
Aye.
President Henning. Aye. Vice President Whitney.
Aye.
Director Gorky.
Nay.
The motion passes 4-1. Okay. Moving on, the next item on the agenda is California Special Districts Association Workshop Invoice and CM Engravers Invoice from past board member recognition plaque. Action item. Mr. Tolbert, you had brought this forward. You want to start?
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead. Or is it?
At the December meeting, it was the end of the term for Ms. Shauna Johnson and Ms. Christina Brooke as director. At that meeting, I was surprised by Director Henning standing up and saying that I have 2 plaques for one for Ms. Johnson, one for Ms. Brooke. Great gesture. And in the past, it has been done through the CSD office. It is done by the district manager. This was done by Ms. Henning. This was done by Ms. Henning without approval of the board. Then, as I'm signing checks and going through the bills, I find that is now a bill of the district. Board members are not allowed to generate bills for the district without prior board approval. So I felt that, for that to happen, we have to come to the board in a public meeting so the public can understand that's what we're doing. Second, in August, myself, Director Henning, Director Gorky, Chief Bracewell, and Ms. Chavez attended the CSDA, California Special District Association Conference that was held down on Palm Springs, after Palm Desert, excuse me, after Palm Desert, the JW Marriott. It was a 5-day conference. Day 1 of the conference was they called pre-conference, that Monday. As we all received our practice, our brochures, it showed that Monday, any class you attended had a fee. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday was covered by our initial fee when we reserved our tickets. When we first reserved our tickets, myself, Director Gorky, Chief Bracewell all received a discount for early registration. Director Henning, don't know why it took more time, took extra time, and because of that, the district just spent another $75 to purchase her ticket. We received a bill from CSDA for a class that was taken on Monday. Once again, Director Henning took a class unbeknownst to anyone on the board. And the bill came back to the district to pay. Now, myself, I looked at the paperwork for the conference and I saw a clause in it for finance directors. It said $300 by it. I had not brought it to the board. I didn't have $300. I didn't take it. I did not feel comfortable signing or approving in monetary issues that was developed by a board member without it coming to the board, without it being spoken in front of the public. Once again, board members should not be generating bills for the district unless we do it here in a meeting. We all have our input, you all have your input. So that is why these two items are on the agenda tonight, because for the past 2 months, they have showed up just to be have signed and the check to be signed and sent off, and I refuse to sign them. I am one of the main signers, although all 5 of us are allowed to sign. I am one of the main signers because I'm here all the time, and I refuse to sign them and have them put on the agenda. This was nothing personal. I've already been told that there's been a rumor out that I did not want Ms. Johnson or Director Brooke to receive the plaques. That is totally false. My only concern was, once again, when directors start generating bills, we do it as a board. We don't do it individually.
Well, in terms of, I'll start with the CSDA annual conference, and I have emails here for anyone that wants a copy of them. The email that went out by staff said that the dates are August 23rd through August 25th, 2022, if anyone is interested in attending. So with that being said, yes, Director Tolbert, you are right. Somehow I responded late, and Ms. Chavez had told me that I was not allowed to attend because 2 board members had already signed up for the attendance, which is you and Director Borky. I then asked Chief if there was a problem with money, if it was a budget issue, or what was the issue of me not being able to go. Chief said there was no problem. There was a misunderstanding that staff believed that only 2 members could go because of the Brown Act. And he said, not a problem. If you want to go, I will purchase your ticket. And that is what Chief did. And once Chief purchased my ticket on August 2nd, which you can see in the emails are here if anyone wants it. Their tickets have been purchased and are available in the Will Call event. We spoke, he said it starts on the 22nd, on Monday, it goes to the 25th. I said, great, I'm looking forward to attending, so I attended. So when I arrived at the conference, they had my name, they had my badge, they had my packet, and I went in. When staff tells me that a conference starts on a certain day, I'm going to go. This was my first CSDA conference. I was following the instruction of staff. So if there was a mistake and I was not told that the day, the 22nd, was an additional charge, that's not on me. I followed the directions that I was given, and once again, I have all the email chain here to document what happened. And Chief can confirm that we spoke. He's confirmed the dates of the conference. It was at Palm Desert, and he looked forward to seeing you then. Yes.
Hey, Director Tolbert. Yeah, so just to clear it up, do you feel like anybody who serves a considerable amount of time in this board deserves recognition?
Yes.
You think they deserve a plaque?
Yes.
Okay. Do you think it's unreasonable for anybody to speak up? Sorry, I'm losing my voice. It's been a long day. Do you think it's unreasonable for anyone who served the time on this board to get a plaque? At the, whether it's approved or that should just be commonplace as a courtesy to someone who took the time in to serve in this position?
I believe that any of us would have the foresight to contact the CSD office and find out what is the proper procedure for doing that. I have a plaque in my house right now for serving on the board president. It was done through the office by the district manager. It was not done by the board. It was not done by any individual. My complaint will always be, as an individual, do not go out, if you go spend money as an individual, that's your fault. You do not, we are not allowed to spend money or generate a bill without bringing it to the board.
I guess.
We are board members, we are elected to represent the district.
I get that.
Now, if Ms. Henny had went to the chief and said, Chief, I do believe this would be a good idea. The chief could have bought the plaques if it came out of district funds and there would be no issue. But to turn around and say that Ms. Henny bought plaques, came in and surprised some board members like, oh, this is nice, to say it came from the board. It did not come from the board.
Okay, so I guess my question to you is, in the spirit of making sure that somebody who is basically stepping off the board to get a plaque, like the spirit is a positive one, right? They get a plaque, and it sounds like you have an issue with the formality of that.
No,
But the thing is, it's not about we have policies and directors shouldn't be spending district funds or expecting these things to be reimbursed when they're not. Even though the spirit of plaque is very nice, even for me as the board president at the time, I didn't know it was the thing that was happening. If we had done it in a meeting or if it had been contacted with Jim before me and I could have seen the agenda and seen, oh, you're gonna be presenting as president.
Right.
Plaques would make total sense.
Guys,
Okay,
can
if
we
wasn't done
just go here,
appropriately,
Marty?
that's leading into issues where little small $200 plaques fine aren't being done
So-
appropriately with public funds. Now we're leading into other issues where it's really gonna have a hard time.
Let her talk. Okay, can I?
The reason why I was asking that question is because, yes, there clearly needs to be better protocol for she would.
There is protocol. There doesn't need to be, there is.
So, really quick, I'm gonna introduce this. I spoke to Chief. Chief and I had a conversation. Chief, I called you after the meeting, the December 21st meeting. And I asked, is there a process in the past, has there been past practice where past board members are given recognition plaques, awards? And he said, yes. I said, are we going to do that? He's like, we should, that's a great idea. Knowing he was busy, knowing he had a lot on his plate, I asked him, Chief, I can do this very easily, pretty inexpensively. Would it help if I went ahead and spearheaded? Do you want me to do this, take the lead on this? He said, that would be great.
Is it
And I
an email?
Spoke on the phone.
And there's not much we can do.
So, okay, and then, so Chief? Chief?
So the past practice has been, when somebody wants an award and it's within my authority, they come to me. And then I say, you know what? Yes, so what she's told you so far is correct. All right, but the award needs to be brought before the board. Okay, like it's been in the past, and the board said, yes, no problem, we'll award it. And yes, I was busy. Okay, but I thought it was gonna go before the board, put it on the agenda, and it didn't get on the agenda because there was other things that were more pressing at the time. So she went and got the award on her own without getting it approved by the board. So normally, a board member will come to me and say, we'd like to recognize past board members, which is what she did. And I said, yes, we've done that in the past. It's been past practice. Past practice then says, okay, I get it on the agenda, the board and the public, yeah, we agree. And then I purchase it and then give it back to the board and they make a presentation to it. That's how it's been in the past.
Yeah, I was Chief, you never told me that. We had a conversation. Yes, and I asked you, should I go ahead and do this? Can I go ahead and do this? What are your thoughts? You said, yes, that would be great. Go ahead.
Guys, it's a misunderstanding.
That's my point. The spirit. Spirit.
Spirit, what we're talking about, obviously a breakdown in communication, right? That's an obvious thing. They're human beings, they make mistakes, it wasn't communicated. It doesn't need to be this commingled larger issue. This, do we need to be more mindful of protocol? Absolutely.
I want to make a motion to that
We agree,
point.
right?
The motion I'm going to make is regarding the plaques, regarding going to the conference. If any of you guys were out anything, and you've got a receipt for that, let's not be so sloppy going forward. But if you have receipts to justify either the conference or the plaques, the spirit was good, it was community, it was for the community. I make a motion that those be reimbursed, and also just a comment that going forward, let's really try to follow exactly what protocol is. I don't think, Chief, I'm sure you might think that you mentioned that it has to go before the board. You were very busy, and maybe you left that out. Maybe he said it and you didn't hear it. So either way, yeah, exactly. Yep. The spirit is good. So the motion is that anything regarding the spirit of the plaques, the spirit of them going to the conferences, Johnny, you as well, if you have any receipts that you can show, take anybody, that they get reimbursed, and going forward, let's be less sloppy. That's my motion.
My discussion on that is this. For the
Well, first,
conference,
there's gotta be a second, if there is.
for the conference, no. The paperwork was given to the board members. It said classes on Monday, and they had amounts by them. I can bring paperwork and show it to you. You receive paperwork that says these classes have amounts by them. You don't just go down and say, I'm taking a class, what's gonna pay, just go pay for it. No. If that's the case, we're just gonna be throwing money away.
Well, hold on, we're not supposed to be in discussion yet. Is there a second?
You can have discussion anytime, you're not even a motion a second. I've gone through this too many times.
Is your
For a board to say, I'm going to take a class that has a dollar amount by it without bringing it back to the board, to me is flat out wrong. You have generated a bill for this district without talking to the board, without talking to the citizens. You just generated a bill because, oh, I think it's a good class, I'll go to it. I could have the same thing for $300.
Is it just one class you're talking about for 150?
It was 200, it's 200, something like that.
So Johnny, you're making the assumption that I was doing something on my own. I was once again following the directions that were given to me. The conference started on August 22nd at like 9:30 a.m. I drove down there. I went to the class.
Why are we cycling over and over?
So when I walked up to the gate, to the registration counter, and they had my name and said, here, have fun, here's your booklet, classes have started, they're right in there. When they have my name, and they tell me.
Yeah, signed up.
Brittany signed me up for the class, Brittany, she actually was not part of
One second,
the
please.
conference. And they told, here's the email if you like it, starts on August 22nd. I went down there on August 22nd. I was following directions. If someone tells me a conference, I was following the GM. So I think, once again, where was the communication? Chief did not say. She said, your tickets have been purchased and are available in the will call event.
What was the class for?
Governance and leadership.
Yeah, you guys, again,
No,
so.
the problem is. Go ahead.
Yeah, so again, my motion stands. There was nothing nefarious. I think
Yes,
there
there
was
was.
sloppy work for the district. Taking the class was not because the gem is going to be better at pro day. It was for the district. If the time wasn't paid for, that was all voluntary, the entire time being down there. I think the sloppiness needs to go away. I'm an eye-daughter. But I think this time.
That is the only issue.
Right. And I think it sounds like between what Chief communicated, what Jen heard, what Sam said, I would like to give a pass this time. We're much less sloppy going forward. It's the best
Order, please. Sorry. Hold your comment, please. Hold. Hold your comments. Thank you. Get all the comments, we'll adjourn the meeting. You to adjourn the meeting. Just comments.
Short time. I am not speaking to first. Still have to. When I talk to Chief, I ask Chief, like, how should you? That's what I was.
As chief, what do you feel? You think you should be given the fact that it was your conversation with her, what do you?
Community, and I don't have a problem approving it if the community says it's a go.
No.
And again, let me go back to practices, they come to the general manager says, okay, it gets put on the agenda, the board talks about it, the public. And it didn't happen that way, okay, for one reason or another.
Isn't happening that way.
But we're supposed to give them more chances.
Well, that's why Johnny wanted to put it on on the agenda to bring it to the public.
Yes.
Good job, Johnny.
Can I ask a question since you were talking about this email? We've heard from Director Tolbert that there was a list of classes with prices next to them. I'm trying to find on your email where it said anything about them paying for a class.
Okay, so if you look at the very last, page 3, directors, blah, 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 the dates are August 23rd through August 25th, 2022. And I went on August 25th. Per the date of the conference.
And so that's
Yeah,
why
sorry.
that's why you went to a class that was $225?
Ma'am, I went there, I did not see the price on the class, when I looked at.
Do you see any?
Evidence.
Excuse me. The brochure that had all the classes listed for the entire week. If you took a class on Monday, you had to look at the brochure to see where it was at. They told you where to go. On Monday, each class had a dollar amount by it.
That was pre-conference, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. So how could you say that you did not know there was a fee? If you looked at the brochure, it told you where to go. You had to see the price right beside it. It was right there on the paper.
Gail,
How did you not see it?
Gail in the back.
Let's stop worrying about this stuff. I will pay for it.
No.
So.
There, why don't all participants and board members pay for their class and reimburse the district for all fees paid?
Ouch.
Because their classes were. Because they don't get told. Fine, if they pay for all of theirs. Why would they know your fault? It's not so easy about how much they get it.
I did not complain one bit about the tickets that were sold for the conference. No, let me finish. No. I didn't know that you don't want to attend the conference. I said was, you have to go to it, click your name. Same one that I received, same one that you received, same one that they received. It said on the Monday, on the class on Monday, there was a dollar amount by them.
Johnny,
Did you go take any class? Did you take any class on Monday?
No, sir, I did not.
Did you take any class on Monday? I did not take any class on Monday. We were given a brochure with a dollar amount by each class on Monday. That's how you knew where to go. So you cannot tell me that you looked at this brochure and said, oh, I want to take this class on governance. It is in room 1B. And you didn't see the price tag.
Johnny, how much do you want her to pay of this?
Excuse me?
How much do you want her to pay of it?
She's ready to class.
Okay, so
$200 some dollars. That's all I'm saying.
We need the exact amount. Is it 250? Is it 2?
You never right there.
No, that's.
Alright, so it's particularly isolated. It's clear that the reimbursement will come by or something like that.
Okay, guys, I'm going to amend the motion, that in the spirit of the plaques of giving this to Shauna and to, Christina, And as well as the conference, with the exception of the one class that Johnny has referenced of $225, that the reimbursement happens. Again, just to note that going forward, we be even better daughters. I think you now understand what the procedure is. Brittany to help also with, so that'd be great. That's my motion. Second. I think we've had discussion.
Johnny?
Your name, three, two. No, oh, yeah, she said roll.
Hold on. The 225, she's not getting.
No, right, I'm saying nay to all of it, no.
Okay.
We should not be paying for flag.
Okay.
Nay, period.
Okay. I approve the repayment and the plaque. So.
That's not his motion. I thought you were.
Yeah.
Motion, you just amended his motion to say the payment with $225.
She's gonna be out of pocket for her 225.
Okay.
But obviously the miscommunication between the chief about the flag.
This is 225 stuck with because there was apparently on the brochure, and you didn't.
I approve.
Chief, yes, all right, so.
You vote?
The motion is, I'm sorry, I apologize.
You're not getting reimbursed for the two.
Okay, what was the, so, do we have a second?
I second. Second.
Okay.
Yeah.
Roll call vote.
Said nay.
Oh, Johnny is
Yeah.
nay, okay,
I approve it.
okay, I approve the motion as well.
Yeah, with the exception of the 225. It's 4-1.
You something? Okay, so the motion passes 4-1, and we're moving on to the next item. The next item on the agenda is discuss past legal expenses incurred by the Morongo Valley CSD.
Finance on there?
No.
All right, so this is gonna be the sloppiest I've probably ever been in presenting something like this, because a lot of it was discussed by Sam, and Sam would really appreciate, a lot of what you said, the information that you gave us. But LAFCO's ongoing concern for the Morongo Valley CSD's future, the report dated January 2022, titled, we went over, Morongo Valley Community Services District Special Study, which states, quote, as LAFCO staff has stated before, but must reiterate here, the margin for error in budgeting for the Morongo Valley CSD remains thin, end quote. Not incidentally, a significant percentage of that budget pertains to legal expenses, and roughly 6 months after that LAFCO report, the CSD once again began repeating the fiscally dangerous pattern of financial instability. And between July and December of 2022, the CSD was over budget more than $250,000. And after having just been on some sort of financial probation, for lack of a better word, last year, I heard that after having, that the district was about to pay the largest legal bill for 1 month, perhaps in the district's history, which was going to be in excess for 1 month, $27,000. And sure enough, in October 2022, just a few months ago, that legal bill for that month alone was $27,337.50. A few days ago, I received the aggregate legal expenses from Bonnie, the bookkeeper. Is Bonnie here?
No, she's not.
Who has served this community incredibly well, from what I understand, and her numbers go back several years. And in an effort to maintain full transparency, which, guys, I will always give you full transparency wherever and whenever I can. You all have copies that have been made available to you. Over the past 5 years, and to make this synopsis easier to follow, I'm going to use calendar years because that's kind of how we think. So January 1st through December 31st. Rather than our fiscal years, which are July 1st of any given year through the subsequent June 30th. So calendar years, think in the simple way. From 2018 through 2022, The aggregate legal expenses for those 5 years were $3,356.92 per month on average for those 60 months. Last year alone, 2022, the average aggregate legal expenses were $4,101.52 per month for those 12 months. In fact, last year, 2022, the average aggregate legal expenses, more than $4,100 per month, were roughly 30% higher than that 5-year monthly average of almost $3,400 per month. We've contracted BB&K to serve as both our general counsel and HR going forward, and the hourly rate of our principal attorney is $245, which the majority of the board felt was prudent, as in addition to potentially costly attorney-client privileged, non-public, confidential, closed session issues and concerns that we can't discuss. BB&K has the largest full-service public agency practice in California, and the most extensive practice providing comprehensive legal services in special districts exactly like ours. BB&K's guidance, connections, resources, reputation, and expertise in all things special district related, especially at this pivotal, fiscally vulnerable time, are second to none. In fact, BB&K, as Sam knows, is LAFCO's general counsel, Palm Springs general counsel. I've worked directly with Jeff Ballinger over there, and our Yucca Valley neighbors general counsel, as they are the best. And given our CSD's downward spiraling, disastrous financial state of affairs, we need the experts. And their initial transitional costs of fully onboarding their firm will be heavily front-loaded for the first few months. And BB&K's comprehensive services include employee benefits and executive compensation, labor and employment litigation, labor negotiations and other union matters, public agency and employment, wage and hour laws, workplace safety, investigations, discipline and termination, discrimination, harassment and retaliation, employment policies and agreements, and in-house training. BB&K inherited a mess. In fact, after my very first regular board meeting, the one I mentioned on December 21st, we went into that closed session, and as I said, just 3 of those items were significant exposure to litigation, conference with labor negotiators, conference with counsel, and anticipated, keyword there is anticipated, litigation. I'm a Wall Street guy, and one of my mottos is always err on the conservative side. Now, I may be guilty. In fact, one gentleman, I forget who it was, you said, don't act out of fear. I also went to the U.S. Coast Guard Academy, and the motto there is semper paratus, always be prepared. So those 2 things I try to follow, always be prepared and err on the conservative side, especially if it's regarding somebody else. It's usually corporations with shareholders. Here, it's my community, my fellow community members. So maybe I'm erring on the conservative side. But that is still my choice because it's you guys, the district, that I'm looking after. When you take an oath to sit here, your oath is to serve in the best interest of the district, which is all of you, not us. So after that closed session meeting, I was strongly in favor of having President Henning do whatever due diligence was necessary to provide our district with general counsel that would best insulate us from potential financial dire straits. Again, it's listed as anticipated litigation, can't go into it, but I was concerned that the CSD and our fire department were more exposed and vulnerable than ever before. Still feel this that way. BB&K has projected that under normal circumstances, we should budget roughly $2,117.50 per month on an ongoing basis. The only month where we can compare our past general counsel to our current general counsel was in January 2023. The first half of the month was with our former general counsel, that was $1,843.75. And the second half of the month was with our current general counsel, BB&K, that was $1,603. Granted, this was prior to the aforementioned transitional costs of fully onboarding, which will be heavily front-loaded for the first few months, which is why we had a bill of $8,295 in February. That bill seems high, right?
Yeah.
Well, not incidentally, over the past few years, we've had months that total, and I'm just going to give you, I extracted a couple of examples, one or two from each of the past 5 years. October 2018, $10,526.68. December 2018, $9,247.83. January 2019, $22,022.41. April 2019, $12,454.33. June of 2020, $26,637.50. December 2021, right at 12,000. October 2022, which was a few months ago, $27,337.50. The average of just those 7 months is $17,166.10 per month. And those amounts were not due to changing council, where those transitional onboarding costs are exceptional and to be expected. Those are just normal months, Morongo Valley CSD. Hopefully, these egregious numbers will soon be a thing of the past. And by the way, the numbers I addressed were calendar years, as I mentioned. But if we just look at our current fiscal year, the past 8 months, we're at $5,691.57 on average per month. The trend line, the relative strength chart, just goes absolutely north. And that $5,691.57 figure is only a couple $1,000s less than BB&K's first big transitional onboarding month, February of 2023 last month. And it's also $21,645.93 less than the month we had a few months ago in October of 2022. I was able to share, and I gotta tell you, it's so disappointing for me to just hear everybody say, oh, you don't want to tell us this behind closed doors. It is what it is. And just because you want to say, you just don't want to share this with me, does not make it true. If I were allowed to share every single thing with you and there were no board, there were no Brown Act, no attorney-client privilege, that's my nature. I love full transparency. But I was able to share one of the primary reasons that the board, by majority vote, brought BB&K on board, which had to do with that December 21st closed session meeting. By the way, there's a lot more that President Henning can tell you in that prior year, in 2022. If you think those 3 items in that closed session were scary, wait till you hear, if she wants to go through that, what happened last year in 2022 on the agenda for those closed session items. At any rate, those were agendized items, and that was discussed at a regular board meeting on January 18th, 2023, where both the directors, so once again, on the agenda, January 18th, 2023, it was agendized, discuss and potentially bring on new general counsel, where both the directors and the community weighed in on hiring new general counsel. But unfortunately, all of the other factors and variables that resulted in our decision to bring them on board were due to issues that were attorney-client privileged and revealed during confidential, non-public closed session meetings. We can only give you guys the headlines. Shauna?
Yeah, those 2022 figures for attorneys, you do, I know you're just now on the board.
Yeah.
But you do realize that that is from the prior,
Ms. Johnson.
the people that we had to get rid of.
Yeah, no,
because they were
right, I get that,
misspending.
and guys, that's why I went back 5 years.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Let me finish.
No, it's okay, that's okay.
No, I'm gonna straighten you out.
Yes, but anyway, that's why I went back 5 years with these numbers. And by the way, well, actually, I'll wait, I think I know where Director's gonna go. All right, so at any rate, unfortunately, all of the other factors and variables that resulted in that were during confidential, non-public, closed session meetings. So unfortunately, as I mentioned, there are laws that prevent us from ever being able to share with you all what went into that decision-making process. You can threaten to remove us because of those laws. We would love to share that with you. BB&K is integral, in my opinion, to making sure that the fire department and the CSD will not be shut down. It's important to note that down the road, when the waters are calm, we, as well as BB&K, we've spoken with them, look forward to retaining counsel that will be even more economically favorable to our CSD. They know they're higher on a monthly at $2.45 per hour, Shauna, than we would want to invest. And by the way, there is no retainer. If we don't use them, we don't pay anything. That was also brokered. We don't want to pay $2.45 per hour. We don't want to even have general counsel. In the past, I mean, we have to have them, but we don't want to use them. There are so many agencies, Sam Adlatko, CSDA, Don Rao, people that we can call to get complimentary advice for our CSD. Got to get our feet wet a little bit and make sure that we're doing things exactly right. But our plan, as well as BB&K's, is in fact to not be investing $245 an hour for our principal attorney. And by the way, guys, we have no problem. We can put on the agenda for next month, put out an RFP for other general counsel that can do all of the things, including HR, that we need done. We would love that if somebody came in, because there was nobody. There was not.
Bylaws that you received 3 proposals.
Okay, let me, hold on. In fact, I think President Henning is going to address that, because that's not the case. But I will tell you, this, there was not another. I saw her work like crazy for 30 days from meeting to meeting to get us, and we weren't gonna stop at 3. We wanted as many people bids as we could possibly get in order to put us in the safest, least vulnerable position we could be in. There wasn't anyone else. And our reputation here, guys, I mean, I hate to say it. I mean, Sam, you're back there, you know. Our reputation is not, it's not good. I've dealt with this before. I've come on boards before where people did not like, you know, certain things, and you had to kind of change that tone and tenor. Yeah, sir?
Yeah, my question is just, how much money did BB&K give you in order to get them all?
And why would you guys laugh at that?
It's not too far out.
Yeah, what else? It's not too far out. Why would you laugh at something like that?
We know lawyers and real estate.
So are you gonna ask now?
We were completely ignored. All we wanted to.
Hold on. Yeah, I want to.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I do want to speak to what you're saying, because if I were sitting there, first of all,
This is you. The community speaks and you just over.
No, I'm just saying.
And it's ridiculous. Oh, there really doesn't need to.
One person.
Take it off. The first 200 people are on the recall committee. This is ridiculous.
Guys,
You're gonna go to bed.
oh, no, stop. I want to answer his question.
You asked the question.
No, that's your question. What he's saying is, why would you guys,
Listen to the answer.
why were we ignoring people on the Zoom on February 23rd or whatever that meeting was, February 2nd? The decision had already been made. On January 18th, 2023, it was on the agenda, it was brought before the board, it was brought before the community. And unlike this, which we love, a ton of people, there were like maybe 10 people in that meeting who weighed in, and the board members weighed in. And
Some of those people. Some of
I would say the information was not presented to public during that meeting. It was a proposal was pulled out in the meeting saying, this is what we have. You were speaking with BB&K on the 12th. We didn't have our meeting until the 18th. You're telling me it took them more than 4 business days to have a proposal to you?
It was handed out at the meeting.
Right, so why are we hiring a law firm that isn't capable of same day providing the proposal you need so that it can go on our
they had to
agenda?
check conflicts of
Can I
interest.
finish?
Sure.
So that it can go on our information packet that you signed the next day. If they're the best, they should be able to at least have this proposal ready so that it can go on the agenda. What other proposals you received in, that information can all be included.
We should have been able to.
And then there would have been a full transparent conversation. That's not what happened. And then when it was brought up again that there is concern that this wasn't done correctly, it gets ignored.
Yes.
Okay, and to that point, and it's very valid, I would think too, well, they could be able to turn that around like that. There were a lot of problems that Morongo Valley has had, which you guys know, a lot of them you can't know because again, they're closed session. They had to go through all of those things. They had to also make sure there was no conflict of interest they represent Yucca Valley. That there was no conflict of interest they were gonna have in representing us as well. It took them until the 11th hour. We didn't know if we were gonna get a thumbs up or a thumbs down, knowing that this was the best decision we could possibly make. Our fingers were crossed that they were going to come forward because others wouldn't. And they're the only ones in the state of California like this. And this is what, in my opinion, and I will stand on ceremony, this is exactly what I think is what the doctor ordered for Morongo Valley, given the state of affairs that we're in. But for now.
Are you gonna resign tonight?
Tonight.
Are you?
Oh, this, we are, nobody ever.
All right.
Good question.
So thinking, so our council.
Thank you. Thank you.
So once again, we have a comprehensive legal team that is second to none when it comes to special districts like ours.
It's not Q&A. Just he said they're funded.
Order first, order first, and then question. I know. Order first, then question. Just order first, then your questions. Just be civil.
So once again, ironically, very shortly down the road, if BB&K's projections are correct, they will equate to a savings, guys, a savings in legal expenses of roughly 30% per year on average, as compared to the last 5 years that we've been paying for 60 months, and a savings of roughly 50%, half of last year. BB&K is projected, we will be spending half of what we spent in 2022 alone. Keep in mind, again, those costs do not include resolving the legal problems BB&K inherited or were anticipated. What I can only describe as a legal storm that was already brewing when they came on board, which was January 18th, 2023, all of which led to the immediate and swift action that was taken by the board, especially the board president, and brilliantly spearheaded by her. She's been in government for roughly 2 decades, including as a staff person.
To everything then.
Pardon?
Everything. If you've been doing politics your whole life, you've been doing government your whole life.
I haven't.
Annoying. That's so fucking
Please
annoying.
control yourself.
I've lived here my whole life. I've lived here my whole life, ma'am. I've lived here 44 years. I'm 44 years old. I'm fucking sick of this shit.
Well,
Care. Care.
Please.
No. You get bullied. You're a bully and I'm not gonna listen to you.
It's pulling it to your person and your policy.
This town, oh, Morongo's fucked.
Just.
Yeah. I
Composure. Then you need to change.
in favor of your resolution.
I will make a motion to adjourn this meeting until tomorrow night at 6 p.m. here. We will maintain order or we will adjourn the meeting. So I know that everyone has to go to work, including myself. It's 9:36. If we are tired and we don't want to let this board have a discussion and move through the agenda where there are some important items, we will end it. Yeah, we'll make a motion and we will come back tomorrow and try to start again.
Do we get public comment?
This is how you do business. You just give up on us. That's it. You just-
In orderly manner, or we'll go home and try to come back tomorrow.
Listen, excuse me, if people are gonna curse, and talk over each other.
You can act like you want to be
Excuse me,
here.
maintain your composure. Just maintain your composure.
All right, guys, right, let's everybody bring it down. Okay, so Mike, going back to this report, I'm pretty much done. You've got the gist. BB&K feels that they will be 50%, $2,117.50 per month going forward once the storm ends. That'll be their normal calm waters. And we currently were at 4,100 and change per month last year, which would be a 50% savings. And again, we don't want to have a BB&K. We don't want to pay 2117.50 per month. If it could be much less, we're all on the same page. We want the same thing. And we will put out RFPs. We can have ongoing RFPs always. Anybody who comes our way, right? Anybody who comes our way and says, we can do the same thing cheaper, absolutely, we would entertain. And if there is nobody else that has come on board still. So we'll put the RFP out there, even if it's, we couldn't get them. We could not get them.
States to everyone. In 2022.
Hold on, I'm sorry. Ask this, I didn't hear.
Does BB&K represent the board you're on in Palm Springs? Or is it council with the board you're on?
I'm not no, I have had never, quite frankly, I had never heard of BB&K before. It's called Best and Krieger. I had worked with.
Said, oh, there's such a.
I was about to say. I had worked with Jeff Ballinger in Palm Springs. I didn't know which firm he was with. I just knew it's Jeff Ballinger. But when I found out that he was Palm Springs attorney, I thought, oh, that's why he was so good. And then I learned that was with BB&K. And then when President Henning mentioned BB&K, that's when I thought, okay, there is no better. I didn't know they were Yucca Valley's general counsel. I didn't know they were LAFCO's general counsel. But then after reading all about what they do with HR, investigations, all of the things that would be necessary, I thought, okay, this is absolutely the best. But when I worked with Jeff, it was a real estate thing because they were, anyway, it doesn't matter, but brilliant. Yeah, Eva?
Can I just read something real quick? It's from the Best and Prager, right? It's to Jim Brakefield. It's on page 2 of the email. It says, we have checked the following names against our client index. Morongo Valley Community Service District. Based on that check, we can represent Morongo Valley Community Service District. Please review the list if there's any other persons or entities that should be included. If you do not tell us to the contrary, we will assume that this list is complete and accurate. We request that you update the list for us if there are any changes in the future. Can we please update that list? I would like to update that list with all the names of the board members. And I want to see if there's a connection or what is it, against their client index. That's what I want to know. I want to know if there's anything against their client index. So can you add that on that list?
By all means. I have some comments to make at that point. First off, I don't know what LAFCO's budget is, but I'm not gonna comment on it. But when you sit here and bring up Yucca Valley and Palm Springs, both of them are running multi-million-dollar budgets. We are never going to run a multi-million-dollar budget. I'm sorry, please do not sit here tonight and pick months out of different years and then say, I'm gonna give you an average.
Right.
It don't work that way. Okay, when you say we spent $27,000 in 1 month, yes, we did. The reason being had nothing to do with BB&K or Brunswick Kennedy. Okay, I am sick and tired of saying this to you. Please listen and please understand. When this district receives a lawsuit saying we are going to be sued for wrongful termination, for harassment, for whatever, we receive a tort. The tort comes in from an individual. It lists an amount of money. We either say, yes, we're gonna pay this amount of money, or we're gonna turn it over to our insurance company. We do not pay that amount of money because they're well over 6 figures every time. We turn it over to SDRMA. They're gonna charge us $25,000 and they're gonna take care of all the rest of it. Public record will show that a few years back, we paid $25,000 and SDRMA paid $250,000. We didn't. If we tried to fight that with private attorneys, we would have. Please do not sit here tonight and misguide the public. You say you have records? I have stacks of them. I've gone over all this with Ms. Miller. I put together for you tonight. Get them every board member, don't tell them back. Breakdown of Kennedy's law firm. Well, we spent monthly and yearly for the last 9 years. I gave you each year. Also, I gave you what we spent for Atkinson, Anderson, and Lloyd. You know what that was for? That was for a lawsuit. That, let me explain to you, if BB&K had done it, it would have cost a lot more because it was a simple lawsuit. It is not covered by our insurance. There was a lot less than BB&K. We were paying Steve Cage's law firm $125 an hour. Not $245 an hour. All his partners in the law firm were also listed at $125 an hour. Not $280 an hour and higher. You're gonna sit there and try to tell people we spent $27,000. Make sure you say 27 out of that 27,000, 25,000 was a deductible the SDRMA, not to our legal counsel. That had nothing to do with our legal counsel. I'm not even close to being done.
Yeah.
That $25,000 would have come out no matter what. BB&K would have cost you more to have to do it. You can't. Excuse me?
Wrong.
No, you weren't even here. You have no clue what you were talking about.
I know exactly how this works. And
No,
this is why,
you do
and this is why we're.
When Jennifer Hastings just said she's been in government, you all were told city government is different than special district government. So your 25 years working in Palm Springs, 20 years working in Palm Springs is worth a bunch of piece of paper. Okay, you need to stop. You are not putting out facts. You are picking and choosing and skipping around. No. You want exact numbers?
I have them.
I know, oh, I have them too. That's why this is here. That is why I wrote this, that's why I wrote this down for everybody. Okay?
I have all of them.
I have all of them.
And I've gone through.
She'll say she was gonna go over it with you.
Yeah. Also,
I went over it with Bonnie.
okay, then
No,
why,
but you
then
didn't
why
return my
then,
husband's calls either.
then why then would you, tell the public that you and I would get together and go over this?
He did.
You just say that.
Guys, we digress.
Excuse me, I know. Done.
Screening doesn't help.
I'm trying to set me off.
Screening, how about that?
I'm trying to set me
Keep
off.
the temperature down,
No.
People in
have a
fact need to-
conversation, okay, this isn't a screening match, this doesn't get anything done.
It's screening.
Have a conversation, be civil,
I am being so.
have screaming at each other, thank you.
It is very simple. You are picking and choosing months throughout years to say, oh, I can tell, I can go 14, no, I can go 16, I can go. You cannot average that out. You cannot average that out. That is not a calendar year. So please do not sit there and say, oh, on this average, yeah, you can pick out the highest bills every month over 5 years, put together, you're gonna go over crazy numbers. Put together a calendar year. Not over here, over there. give me a calendar year, which you can do, which I did do for you. I gave you calendar years.
Johnny, I don't need you to crunch my numbers.
No, you're right.
Empirical data is what I do. What are your credentials, with financial services?
I don't need all your.
And I'll tell you what.
Back in Wall Street, you can tell you the Coast Guard Academy. Great, I'm gonna never even bring it. Then come back. I don't even want to hear it.
Johnny,
What you did on Wall Street, don't do a jack diddly
Sure it
crap
does.
in Morongo Valley.
Sure does.
All these guys, you keep talking about.
Let her finish, and then I have.
You keep on saying, I've been on this board, on this booster board. That don't mean jack.
Tell me when you're finished, Johnny, and then I'm gonna.
Oh, please, I will tell you I'm good. All this does not mean jack. You are going off what happened on a private board. You have the nerve to argue with our insurance carriers. Because you couldn't understand the difference between private and governmental. You need to stop. That is why these people out here are not listening to you, because they understand your boys smoke up their butts. And they're tired of it. I'm tired of it. This could be so much easier. And then you're gonna sit there and you're gonna try to say that we did not have proper legal counsel for a gentleman who spent over 30 years working with CSDs and cities. To go bring in a law firm that has offices all in Washington, DC and Oregon. We don't need that. We do not need some gigantic corporate law firm that is worried about billable hours. We do not need to spend $9,898 in 6 weeks. That's what we spent for BB&K. From January 18th to February 28th, $9,898 in 6 weeks' time. That is crazy. That is a waste of dollars. Also, we do not need to call the attorney to put an agenda together. We do not need to call the attorney to say, oh, I think somebody has too many keys. We need to stop calling the attorney and email the attorney daily. You are wasting money. BB&K is a great law firm. And for you to sit there tonight and go, oh, I didn't know about it. When the night she brought it up, go, oh, I'm so glad you found it. I forgot about them. So which is it? Did you not know about them or did you forget about them? Which is it?
Are you asking me a question?
Yes, I am.
Great. I didn't realize that the best legal guy that I knew in Palm Springs was with a firm called Best and Krieger. I just knew him as Jeff Ballinger. When I learned that he was with Best and Krieger, I thought, oh, that makes sense.
Then why did you think
Palm
you forgot
Springs
about
had BB&K? And then when I found out that they're also with Yucca Valley, with LAFCO, and started doing my due diligence, it all made sense, and there was none better than BB&K. But tell me when you're finished overall, because I want to correct most of what you said.
Once again, my question to you is, if you say that you didn't know, then how did you forget?
I never heard.
I
never heard of it. I never heard of Best.
The person he knows is named Jeff Ballinger. And he didn't know that he worked at.
And guys, by the way, if you call Palm Springs, just as a case in point, if you call Palm Springs City Hall and say, who is the?
About them. He didn't say I didn't know them.
Guys,
His words were.
if you were to call Palm Springs City Hall, and if I were to say, who's the Palm Springs counsel or the attorney?
Jeff Ballinger.
That's what you hear, Jeff Ballinger, not Best and Krieger. And so when I needed something with Palm Springs legal, Jeff Ballinger is the one who came on board, and I was working with the city manager and the city council. It was back when Steve was mayor, and it was all Jeff Ballinger. Never once did I hear the firm he was with. But then when I learned that the BB&K, they deal with special districts and all of this stuff, then it all made sense, because Jeff's reputation is absolutely impeccable. But tell me when you're done, Johnny, because I've got a lot of expecting to do.
I believe all of us are tired of hearing about Palm Springs multi-million-dollar budget and what they're doing down there. This ain't Palm Springs. We're never gonna have that budget. So let them stay down the hill. Okay? You wanna go back down and work down there?
Just tell me when you're done.
But
Dink has a hand up.
get rid of this ridiculous amount of money. Also, this is so we can get it totally straight for the public. January 18th, we came to a meeting. Jennifer Henning handed out to the board an engagement letter. It was never turned around and handed to the public for them to review.
I had copies with me.
Well, you didn't say that.
No, I did, I had them in front of me.
You had, you had board.
She had 20 copies printed.
To the public.
Okay, Johnny, are you done?
Then I'm being turned back around and that engagement letter was handed to the public. Then a second engagement letter was sent to the chief with never such thing by the public that you wanted him to sign. When I take a Brown Act class given by a senior partner from BB&K, he point blank said, we should have stopped the meeting and passed out the engagement letter to the public so the public could review it before we voted. That did not happen. All you did was ram BB&K down the district's throat. There were comments that were made from a closed session that was said things that I said in closed session that did not go on. I have never missed a closed session on this meeting of this board in the last 11 years. Things you were saying happened did not happen.
Yes, they did.
And we can't speak about it.
Can't speak about it.
Sure. Also, if there is a legal, if we are being sued, we are allowed, I've done this too many times now, to tell the public that there are legal issues going on. We cannot go into detail.
And Johnny, feel free. You want to tell everybody what's going on? Go for it. I'm not doing it.
Okay, also, if you listen to what I said, we are allowed to tell them we're being sued. But are we being sued? Yes or no?
I'm not going to speak to matters regarding.
That is not a closed session matter. That is a matter of public record because you're dealing once again with public funds.
Okay, are you finished?
No, I will tell you something. You can bring up any number you want at this point.
This is fluff.
Because you are skipping around.
This is fluff. I'm gonna get to that.
I give it fluff. You know, you talk about people, not being really interrupting, please stop. I'm not giving fluff. All I'm telling you is very simple. Give numbers directly down the line. That is where I gave you. Every year, the Steve Kennedy was the attorney. We have to everybody to see. I also gave you all the years that we used Steve Filarski. We used Lieber Kiss, Kathy and Wyatt and Whitmore. Do you know why those were used? No, you do not. Quite a lot of money was spent there. Why? So you're sitting there kind of saying, oh, we spent all this money and blaming Steve Kennedy. You cannot blame someone if you don't give all the facts of how many different law firms were being used and what they were being used for. You were not here, you do not know, and obviously you do not understand. So please, quit skipping around trying to go, oh, this was a 14, this was an 18, this was a 19, this was a 20. No, it ain't gonna work. I am done for now.
Great. Now let me address, you know, you can have your head up forever. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm tired of you three just interrupting John. It's just getting frustrating. You guys are supposed to listen, stop arguing, and you need to stop interrupting people when you say, oh, I don't like when people interrupt me, but yet you're doing it, Johnny. How is that fair that the rules get what you're own saying?
I'll answer you because I had the floor. I actually gave it to Johnny.
But he was trying to.
And then I didn't get the floor back. I wanted him to completely finish. And now I want to correct all of the things that were misspoken. Number one, I did not pick and choose anything. The reason I gave a 5-year calendar average, and I didn't look at this piece of a law firm did this one did this. The aggregate legal expenses, which is the word I use, means anything and everything to do with legal in the course of any month over the course of 60 months. For those 60 months, anything to do with legal average $3,356.92. For the last 12 calendar months in 2022, those months averaged $4,101.52.
So
Those are the numbers. They're black and white. There's no gray, there's no ambiguity or vagueness. They're real black and white numbers. When Johnny was talking about the $25,000 deductible, thank God we had SDRMA, our insurer, have us only pay the deductible. Because if we hadn't, or if they thought that we breached what was required for that deductible, it could have been $200,000 that we may have ended up paying. And then these numbers, instead of $4,101.52 in 2022, could have been $35,000 per month on average for a year. So there's still legal expenses. That $25,000 falls under aggregate legal costs. It happened twice, according to the records, in the course of that 5-year period of time. So this was our best case scenario because SDRMA did pay that deductible. Wasn't?
What is this guy doing that the other guy couldn't do?
And I'm not saying anything.
No,
You said that I said that
Just saying-
Mr. Kennedy was not doing a great job.
Matter, I didn't
Right,
ask.
Mr.
What is this guy doing? What is this firm doing that this firm couldn't
Yeah, that's
do
true.
for you?
Yeah, I will.
Because
Because Mr. Kennedy, I'm sure, given his firm and what they did, I'm sure he did a brilliant job. But what we were looking for was a firm, and there's only one in the state of California, I believe, Sam could answer better than anybody, that does all of the things that they're doing, which were HR and, I mean, I read the list to you guys. If you want me to read those bullets again, I'll find them and I can. It's unbelievably comprehensive and it's $245 per hour for a principal. And we don't want to continue paying $245 as soon as we can get to calmer waters and don't need that comprehensive world that we have right now so that we're more insulated. We want to get to something where we don't need that insulation. And
are we
we're,
being sued?
I can't answer that, Johnny. You want to answer it?
What was the question?
Obviously.
Are we being sued?
No, that was a lawyer.
No.
No.
Then what do we need the money? What do we need the legal?
I'm not going to confirm nor deny Johnny's answer.
Okay?
No, whenever you're done, I'd like to speak.
Okay, so I'm almost there. So regarding those numbers, you now have the average monthly number, aggregate legal expenses, doesn't matter which law firm, which, whatever, for that period of time. And
Because the people in this town don't have the money that the people in Palm Springs have.
no,
You know, and
that's hard, guys, we're not paying what Palm Springs is paying. It's
So
not-
you
yeah.
guys keep bringing up.
And again, in normal times, BB&K has projected that cost is going to be roughly $2,117.50 per month. That's more than we want to pay in normal times. So hopefully we won't need BB&K in normal times, and we won't need this comprehension in normal times. These aren't normal times. We need them, at least in my opinion. And in taking the oath to do what is in the best interest of the district, I don't see any other alternative right now than to have them at that cost. And shortly, I'm assuming it's going to be just over $2,000 a month, which is 50% of what we paid last year per month in all of 2022.
Including insurance.
Yeah.
Not just legal.
Which is no, SDRMA were legal consequences.
Right, but those are still things that we're subject to, even having BB&K as our legal.
Here's where, and this is where.
Still have SDRMA claim, we will still have that $25,000 deductible.
Let me tell you the difference is we are expecting, and really good point. you're making. So basically what Tink just said is, well, but even with BB&K, we would still have to pay that $25,000 deductible. You know what? You're right. If BB&K doesn't exercise some aspect of litigation prowess, which they have, to abate that early on, to throw it out as an erroneous claim, a false claim, that sort of thing, where it never gets past 3,000 or 4,000. That's what we're hoping. Now, it might not happen. We know our biggest downside is what we've just experienced, for example, is a deductible of 25 grand. But we're hoping that any litigation claims, allegations that we get involved with, we are hoping that it's cut off at the pass at the $3,000, $4,000, $5,000 mark, where they don't throw in the towel and say, well, we can't cover this, we can't fight this, and it just goes immediately to that deductible of 25,000. But guys, we're new. I'm still trying to get my feet wet and wrap my head around all of what I learned on December 18th. And by the way, I was already and I appreciate your don't act out of fear, but again, I err on the conservative side. It's a Wall Street trade. Past performance is no guarantee of future results. All those things roll off. So when President Henning told me about 2022, what happened, those three items that I listed are nothing in comparison to that. And I want all of that to stop, and I don't know of another way. And if you guys do, please bring it to us. You think we don't want to hear? I would be here every week having a community meeting if we could do this, not even rotating myself out, because I want as much input as possible, because we need help solving these problems. I'm good, but I don't know if I'm going to be able to do this. Certainly, I can't do it single-handedly. Five-handedly, I'm hoping we can do it. And I hope Johnny and I stop arguing at some point and work together as a team in concert to solve the things that we've got. Yeah.
Your dilemma, I think I can identify a little bit, and I don't know if it's something that can be recovered from. Most of the people in this room believe what James has to say, Christina and Johnny. Most of the people in this room don't believe what the Gang of Three has to say.
Okay.
And I don't know how you're gonna come back from that, because you seem to be just.
Can I comment on our spending legal fees and just to give a little bit of history, I came onto the board in 2020. Shortly after I came onto the board, a resolution was presented that included basically to curb the high spending that was happening in prior years, months, everything, that the board would act as a whole before seeking any counsel, which means anything that we're going to seek counsel on first has to be passed by the board. Then the information is given to our general manager. Our general manager then will contact council, say it's been voted on, it's approved. You may now speak with the president of the board or whatever's decided. And the district will pay those bills. I knew, you two coming in knew that this would be new for you. Jennifer already had experience that we were only acting as a board any other time council was sought. So I asked the office to email, because it wasn't on our agenda, just to email so that you guys had a reference before the meeting that I was gonna discuss the resolution, and that hopefully it was gonna be added to our January meeting. So that, again, it could be revised, the board had the opportunity to change that, take that out, do whatever with it. What ended up happening is we now have the proposal from BDAK to take their counsel, which legitimately passed, and we now have them as counsel. What didn't happen was there was no motion of the board to then seek counsel for anything. And for the last 6 weeks, they've been in contact with board members not acting from the board.
We did have.
No, all our motion, you wanna look at our motion, it's just to accept their proposal. There is no onboarding discussion.
I made it, the vice president, president, and general manager were the only ones that were going to be privy to communicating with general counsel, and that was to curb the costs. So other directors that are not.
That's not our resolution.
Well,
And this has it here, a motion to bring BB&K on with Shauna Arman as lead counsel, subject to advanced deposit or trust not to exceed $25,000 or a retainer not to exceed 500, sorry, to begin immediately. Nowhere in this motion does it say, and to also.
Wasn't in that motion.
Where is it? Then where did we say, now that we've got this new council, we can go in contact and start operating business with that?
I made that motion and it passed, and then we even asked council in that meeting. We said, are you going to, adhere to that? Where only the president, vice president, and general manager can communicate.
Of the board, they have the same resolution. I sent it, and that's why they stopped emailing me for communication, because there was no motion.
And I'm not gonna give names, but at least one attorney said, well, okay, yes, we will adhere to vice president, president. But if I do get a call from another director, I might take the call and just bill.
That's legit. If there's a claim or a major concern, that is appropriate. But as a board collectively, even before I was on, I I was just learning of the information when that resolution was presented and I reviewed it and we voted on it. The new council that we have, you guys know that this was the motion, or this was the resolution we had.
But that wasn't the part of the other.
Okay.
Right, I understand what you're talking about for
Yeah.
Steve, I understand your
No,
problem.
this was with, yeah, it was for our prior general plan. And by the way, I think Steve probably
And
did
that's
the
fine.
greatest
What
job on the
I'm talking
planet.
about now is we have a January motion to accept new council, or to join this. But beyond that, we shouldn't have been spending any money from the district until there was a motion in front of the board saying, do we want to see council? Do we want to take their advice and do this onboarding discussion? Do we want to have them review Jim's contract? Do we want to X, Y, Z? We haven't done any of that.
Look, I'm all for that. I did make the motion. It did pass. But the-
To accept council, there
No,
hasn't been.
no, that the vice president, president, and general manager had authority and agency.
Excuse me, hold on a second. What they're talking about in closed session, everything they've just spoken was done in closed session.
No.
Yes, it was. So I'm gonna go ahead and put out exactly what happened. This was done in closed session. The motion he's talking about was done in open session. What you were talking about, you and Jennifer stated, there was never a vote, there was never a motion. We want it done this way. That was done in closed session. You were told by the attorney that I have a fiduciary responsibility to take phone calls from board members if there's a district issue.
And he wouldn't bill.
So what you were talking about, you keep saying you want to do things in closed session, you're telling everything wrong in closed session.
I don't think that was in closed session.
That
I
wasn't
think it
closed
was in
session.
a regular meeting.
That's why there is no motion.
No.
That's why there is no vote.
Steve
That
doesn't
was
sit through our
done-
entire meeting.
No,
He was
that
only.
was in closed session. And then when BB&K was called that
Well, we
night,
shouldn't continue talking about it. If that was any closed session,
I
that's
think
different.
we
Yeah.
can-
you've already said it, now it's too late. No, you put it out to the bottom.
So I believe, Tinky, are you talking about a resolution?
We have a resolution,
The board does.
the board, the
Okay.
district has a resolution.
So,
Since before 2020, it was updated in 2020, which is what I had discussed and brought up during our December meeting.
and that, I don't recall.
And I've also, and like I said, as far as being concerned, they emailed me. I confirmed with billing and this onboarding question if it was gonna be charged to the district, because I know I spend money as an individual board member, it needs to be presented. So I sent them our resolution explaining specifically why I didn't think it was appropriate for me to be having the conversation with them and the district being charged. And that was the end of it. There was no further communication from our attorney saying, well, we can let you know that your resolution doesn't necessarily stand in this situation and you can go ahead and we can have these billable hours.
You know, they weren't billing you for that, the meet and greet.
They were. They are, all of it. You wanna- I'm happy to read it right.
Yeah, let me go for it.
Yeah, you can't discuss.
Oh, we can't discuss it.
By the way, I may, yeah, and I may be mistaken, if they did bill us for that, it needed to be done. Yeah, I was thought,
It was Billings to her.
Yeah.
I thought.
That has to do with billing.
Yeah.
Attorney client privilege.
You guys need to just step in
I'm not you.
resume your guys' really good lives. And let us know and take control.
yeah, and guys, to the meet and greet point, that's why, Chief, Jen, President Henning and I did our meet and greet together.
But you're lying straight to our face.
Yeah, we could do it.
You're lying straight to our face, right now.
Had a special meeting with our new council and all 5 members, including the public, would have been present.
Right, but we
for
need to
one
go.
morning session.
We were already going into closed session items in that.
We have here from Nicholas on February 3rd. Director Gorky, on behalf of Bess and Krieger and my colleague Shauna Amon, I wanted to reach out to provide our contact information, ask if you would like to set up a time to meet. When working with new special district clients, we generally find it helpful to take time over the first few weeks to meet with all the board members and staff who you'll be working with to understand the goals for the agency and better understand the district's history and how it works. As you know, we had a chance to meet with Chief Brakeville yesterday to get understanding of the district structure, typical operation procedures, relevant policies, contracts, et cetera. And I wanted to follow up with each board member. Please let us know if you would like to set up some time to meet, and please feel free to reach out with any questions. We look forward to meeting with you and the district. My response, reading later, sorry. Hi, Nick. Would this meeting time be billed to the district? It's my understanding of our current resolution 2020-02, any billable services need to be approved by the board and scheduled through the district office. Nicholas's response. We would generally consider time spent getting to understand the district and relevant policies and procedures and contracts as billable time. That said, we want to be sure to comply with district policies and of course understand the district has important budget constraints that we will be cautious and about at all times, or conscientious of at all times. We would definitely like more complete understanding of how resolution 2020-02 has been applied historically with prior council. So that would be a helpful item to discuss if and when we are able to meet with you. Thank you. I went ahead and responded with a copy of the full resolution. In prior years, in prior years, the district was having trouble staying in budget for legal counsel when individual board members were contacting council. To curb the overspending, the resolution was modified so the majority vote of the board was needed before council would be contacted. Page 3 of the attachment. The final message from him 30 minutes later, thank you for sending the document. This is helpful background, and I didn't hear from him again.
Yeah.
So he realized then that that wasn't going to go anywhere because we should have had a resolution, or I can say that we're the district not responsible for paying for things that we don't have the motion on.
So that's proof that you're spending money that you're not.
And by the way, that part of what said there about we're gonna be conscientious, they actually are, they know how small we are.
But the thing is
And so
you denied it straight up.
That the board meet and make motions so that we can do onboarding as they would recommend. That didn't happen.
Right.
They sat in on our meeting for over an hour and a half, just listening to public comments when their input was not needed for council. We should have called them during our closed session when we needed to seek counsel and got billed for that. The same.
remember what happened in the prior Zoom?
Which prior Zoom?
That went haywire and things were disclosed that were never supposed to be disclosed, HR things and all that. Well, if you don't, I don't want to get into that, so I want to be careful too. At any rate, they, in addition to them assuming that we're going to be at 21,1750 per month in normal times, 245 is Donna's rate. She's our principal counsel. If we do need Nick, his is 280. It's more, but he's not our principal counsel. They are conscientious. There are times.
Here's my question. Why haven't the two of you presented a motion to the board so that you can get further into onboarding with council?
So I never.
Because it's gonna be a bill to the district, right?
So I never knew that resolution.
I brought it up in December.
Okay, I knew, I don't recall.
And apparently, and according to John, and according to Johnny, it was a closed session that turns out.
No, I just want to. No, the other, there's been two people with their hands up the whole time. I just want to first, he hasn't had this, but you speak. You had to-
No, let it go.
Okay.
I just wanted to say before I leave that I came here with a completely open mind. And I do want to believe that everybody in this group really has the best interest of all of it. The new things that are happening with people establishing business is all for the good. However, I also believe that everyone has an opportunity and should be given a chance. Not based on their first impression of them, but on the next impression of them. And I'm not pinning blame anywhere. But what I see in action here does not give confidence to a lot of people in the audience, because we see board members arguing with each other in public, and I don't get the feeling that you guys are any closer to being unified at the end of this meeting than you ever were. It would help dramatically to calm down a lot of these fears if you all were able to better appear to be working together. I hear justifications. Well, I thought I did the right thing, and the chief did this, and here's my report, and whatever. And you're talking over each other rather than, if you want to talk with the people in this community, then you have to talk to each other in a way that you can prove that you actually can get things done. And I think everyone here, I don't know how many of you in favor of recall have spent the time to go to the legal documents and understand that this is a very complicated and onerous process that will take months and months and months to achieve, if at all. I was told tonight that the committee has 200 people in it. I'm not sure how this gets resolved, but more than 200 people are going to be voting on this.
Okay, so there's more.
And I asked the indulgence of everyone here to please understand what the recall is all about. And I'm not saying that I support or I don't support. I've never met any of these individuals. And I live here, I own here, I'm restoring a historic property here because I have faith in the community and I want to fit in. I want to fit in. And we shouldn't be seeing each other as outsiders. We should be seeing each other as neighbors. And there's no reason for you all to take up all this time justifying past actions, justifying whatever. Because all you do is you send a message to the people that are here now and we're here that you don't operate as a community. And that feeling gives people a deep level of suspicion. And that suspicion leads to conspiracy theories. And those conspiracy theories are shown tonight when one board member is accused of taking payola to swing a contract. And we can't let our personal feelings respond when we occupy a public office. And right now, I see a lot of justifying and standing up for what I did, and standing up for whatever. None of that is going to deal with the issue that I came here to hear about, which is how are we going to address the shortfall? And how are we going to deal with a community that has an abhorrent fear of outsiders and an equally justified fear of having their money wasted when they're facing $2,000 a month gas bills, and they have to make the decisions of, am I going to buy medication this month or am I going to pay for my gas? These things are out of their control. This is one more thing that's being perceived as being imposed on them and out of their control. Please, I mean this only as constructive criticism, but you've got to show the people that you can work as a team, not as a series of individuals. That's all I have to say.
Thank you very much. So can we find a way to sort of wrap to this or?
Yes, how do we?
But we have much more.
There's been enough
Yeah.
discussion.
I don't think people want to drive home and then come back tomorrow if we can't get through it.
Well, we've got, the next item on the agenda is public review of the engagement letter for BB&K.
Trying to fit that in. What else?
We've got the station for the litigation.
And Johnny?
I have one question. We had a motion on the floor. Are we tabling the motion? I'm really confused at this point.
I'm really confused too. I think that's fine, Johnny. Come on, we're gonna work together. Okay. Is it Marty? I know. Well, thank you. Well, yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah.
I did have a question. You guys are talking, if you guys are joining the meeting, don't you guys have to get 72 hour notice before you can have it?
No, we can
No,
continue the meeting tomorrow.
You don't have to get any kind of notice.
Well, when we adjourn, we would say we're adjourning to tomorrow, Thursday, March.
We were supposed to get a
Okay, sorry.
You put it on the door, so, we would put it on the door. If that's what the board would decide, we can, and we are able to do that based on the Brown Act and all the other open meetings.
I already thought that, like, it's either a meeting that you're required to give notice.
I can give you the.
I'm sorry. Sorry to help y'all with that.
You can, yes.
Sorry to help y'all with that. The Brown Act does allow us to adjourn the meeting. All they're saying is, we are continuing tonight's meeting tomorrow. We are not reopening a new meeting. What they're talking about the 70-hour poll, 24-hour poll, is to open a new meeting. Okay, we're not talking about opening a new meeting. We're talking about continuing this meeting due to the fact either the hour is too late, we have to leave, the reason we have to stop the meeting. We're not, you would not.
I appreciate this point of John. What they're doing. Let me check. Thank you.
Yeah, guys, I'd love for us to finish it tonight if we can. We don't have that.
I'll talk to you anytime. Yeah, no problem. I'm gonna speak off.
Guys, are you okay with this, postponing this until tomorrow? Because we do have, I thought we could get through it relatively quickly, but you see some of the items on there. They really need good conversation.
I'm available to talk to staff.
Are you available?
Yes.
Yeah.
Could you give me my information?
I'm going to give the number here.
Thank you. Oh, that's right, we gotta go through that.
We got a problem, we can't do that.
Yeah,
We can't do it at the same time?
Dennis,
no,
but I can't get a hold, I'm not gonna call him at
Yeah.
10:30 at night.
yeah, that's.
Can we adjourn until Saturday?
I have Judo in here, so I can't.
No, we can't.
I think we all, I have checked it, right, I think we're gonna get it. I know we can do it the weekend.
Yeah, we have Friday and
You think it's going on?
I'm saying now.
We can't.
Yeah, it's because of the mold and all that. It's gonna.
Oh, yeah. Only problem at home, it's like, we do have that.
You know?
We have anything going on?
But.
You know, I don't.
How you doing? Thank you. I know your name again. I got a lot of names. All right.
So we are going to adjourn the meeting until tomorrow, Thursday, March 16th at 6 p.m. here in the NPR room. That we can on that, and continue on with the meeting. Do I have a motion?
1 second. Would we please mark on the agenda when we're stopping?
We are, can we agree that we're concluded with item 3, tax, legal expense discussion?
Yeah. I don't have any. I got. We'll get it next year. All right, yeah. So we just pick up the number. Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Meeting, to tomorrow, Thursday, March 16th, where we will pick up on item number I, as an igloo for public review of engagement letter for BB&K. We'll continue on with the agenda from there.
Great.
Okay, do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
All in favor?